I've spent 15 years working as a land surveyor, which is a fancy way of saying I get paid to get lost in places people aren't supposed to be. I'm not some wide-eyed city kid who gets spooked by a snapping twig or the hoot of a barred owl. I know the woods. I know the way the air changes before a storm, and I know the difference between the heavy tread of a black bear and the rhythmic, terrifyingly human-like gait of a deer. But what happened in the Blackwood Basin 3 years ago didn't just scare me, it broke my internal compass. It made me realize that nature doesn't just provide silence. Sometimes it steals your voice and gives it back to you in ways that make you wish you never opened your mouth. At the time, I was 34, cocky, and convinced that my GPS and my sidearm were enough to handle any situation. I had been contracted to mark the boundaries of a private estate that bordered a state-protected valley, a place the locals called the Echoes. I'd heard the stories, of course. Local legends usually involve some ghost of a disgruntled lumberjack or a cursed indigenous burial ground. Standard campfire fodder. I didn't put any stock in it. I arrived at the trailhead at 5:00 a.m., my pack heavy with steaks, ribbons, and enough water for a 12-hour shift. The mistake I made, the one I still kick myself for, wasn't going alone. It was going in during a dead air day. The atmosphere was thick, humid, and unnervingly still. Not a single leaf moved. I was about 4 miles into the thicket, deep enough that the sound of the highway had finally vanished when I hit the first anomaly. I had just finished hammering a stake into the loamy soil. I stood up, wiped the sweat from my forehead, and let out a long, heavy sigh. It was a mundane sound, just a breath. 5 seconds later, from the dense cluster of hemlocks directly in front of me, I heard it. Sigh. It wasn't a bird, it wasn't the wind. It was the exact pitch, duration, and exhaustion of my own breath. I froze, my hand hovering over my tool belt. I waited for a follow-up, the sound of a person mocking me, or perhaps a hiker I hadn't seen. Nothing. The silence that followed was heavier than before, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting for me to do it again. I tried to play it cool. Hello, I called out, my voice sounding thin in the vast green cathedral. I counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hello, my own voice drifted back to me from the trees, but it wasn't a clean echo. An echo bounces. It has a certain hollow quality, a fading trail. This sounded like a recording played through a slightly damaged speaker. It was my voice, but the O at the end was stretched out just a fraction of a second too long, turning the greeting into something inquisitive and hungry. I told myself it was the topography. The basin was shaped like a bowl, after all. Maybe the rock formations were creating a delayed acoustic feedback. It was a logical, scientific explanation. I took a sip of water and forced myself to keep moving. I had a job to do. But as I walked, I noticed the birds had stopped. Usually in the morning, the forest is a riot of activity. Now, the only sound was the crunch of my boots on the dry needles. Grunge, grunge, grunge. 5 seconds later, from the path behind me, crunch, crunch, crunch. I stopped dead. The footsteps behind me stopped too, but again, with that agonizing 5-second delay. It wasn't someone following me in real time. It was the forest repeating my history back to me. I felt a cold prickle of sweat that had nothing to do with the humidity. I turned around, scanning the undergrowth. There was no one there. No bent ferns, no disturbed moss. Just the trees, standing like silent sentinels. "This isn't funny," I muttered. 5 seconds passed. "This isn't funny," my voice whispered from the shadows of a large oak. This time the tone was wrong. When I said it, I was annoyed. When the forest said it, the voice sounded amused. There was a slight lilt at the end of the sentence, a mocking imitation of my own fear. That was the moment the logic started to fracture. An echo repeats what you say. It doesn't change the intent behind the words. I felt my heart begin to hammer against my ribs, a frantic bird in a cage. I needed to finish the boundary line and get out, but the deeper I went, the more the forest seemed to lean in, listening. I reached the center of the basin around noon. The sun was directly overhead, but the canopy was so thick it felt like twilight. I was setting my tripod when I tripped over a root. Damn it, I barked, the sound sharp and sudden. I waited, bracing myself. 5 seconds, damn it. The voice came from directly behind my left ear. It was so close I could almost feel the phantom warmth of breath on my neck. I spun around, swinging my heavy brass transit level like a club. There was nothing but empty air and the smell of damp earth. But then the repetition didn't stop. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The forest began to loop the word. It started near me, then drifted 20 yards to the right, then 50 yards behind me, then up in the canopy. Dozens of versions of my own voice, all damn it, but each one progressively more distorted. Some were slowed down until they sounded like a low growl. Others were sped up into a frantic, high-pitched chirp. It was a symphony of my own frustration, bouncing off the trunks until the air felt thick with the sound of my own mistake. I realized then that I wasn't just hearing echoes. I was being studied. The forest was taking the sounds I made, breaking them apart, and learning how to use them. Panic is a strange thing. In the movies, people scream and run blindly. In real life, it's a cold, paralyzing weight. I stood there, surrounded by the distorted remnants of my own voice, and I realized I had stopped being a surveyor and had become a specimen. I looked down at my GPS. The screen was flickering, the coordinates jumping wildly as if the satellites themselves couldn't find this place. I had to make a choice. I could try to finish the line, or I could run. I chose to run. I didn't even pack my tripod. I just grabbed my bag and bolted back toward the way I thought I came. But as I ran, I made noise. My heavy breathing, the slapping of my gear against my thigh, the crashing of my body through the brush. And 5 seconds behind me, the forest ran too. Huff, 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 clack, clack, clack. It was a perfect auditory shadow. Every time I stumbled, the forest stumbled 5 seconds later. Every time I gasped for air, the forest gasped 5 seconds later. I was creating a trail of sound, and something was following it, wearing my voice like a stolen coat. I stopped to catch my breath, leaning against a tree. I forced myself to be silent. I clamped my hand over my mouth, my chest heaving, trying to make as little noise as possible. 5 seconds passed. The shadow arrived. The sound of running footsteps stopped exactly where I had been 5 seconds ago. Then, the sound of a heavy body leaning against a tree. And then, the most terrifying thing I've ever heard, the sound of a hand clamping over a mouth, followed by a muffled, desperate attempt to breathe. It wasn't just repeating my words anymore. It was repeating my existence. I looked at the tree next to me. Carved into the bark, old and weathered, were words I hadn't noticed on the way in. They weren't names or dates. It was a single sentence, carved over and over again in different handwriting. Stop talking. I felt a surge of primal instinct, the kind that bypasses the brain and goes straight to the muscles. My gut was screaming at me to get out, to stop being a source of data for whatever lived in these woods. I reached into my pocket and pulled out my flare gun. I didn't want to start a fire, but I needed a distraction, something that made a sound so loud and so foreign that the forest wouldn't know how to mimic it. I aimed it into the air and pulled the trigger. Whoosh pop. The red light hissed upward, illuminating the oppressive greenery. 5 seconds later, the forest tried. From the trees around me came a wet, guttural whhhshhh. Pa. It was a fleshy, biological attempt to recreate the sound of gunpowder and magnesium. It sounded like a giant throat trying to clear itself of phlegm. It was disgusted, and it was angry. I didn't wait for the second attempt. I ran harder than I ever have in my life. I didn't care about the branches scratching my face or the rocks twisting my ankles. I kept my mouth shut. I bit my tongue until I tasted blood just to ensure I wouldn't cry out. The forest was a cacophony now. It was throwing everything back at me. The sigh, the hello, the damn it, the this isn't funny. All of it mashed together into a wall of sound that seemed to be closing in from all sides. It was trying to disorient me, to make me turn the wrong way, to keep me in the basin until the sun went down. I saw the trailhead gate in the distance. My truck was a white beacon of sanity in the encroaching gloom. I burst through the final line of trees, my lungs burning, and dived into the cab. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so hard I dropped them on the floor mat. In the 5 seconds it took me to retrieve them, the forest reached the edge of the clearing. It didn't come out into the light. It stayed in the shadows of the hemlocks. I got the key in the ignition and cranked it. The engine roared to life. From the tree line, 5 seconds later, came a sound that made my skin crawl. It wasn't the sound of an engine. It was the sound of 1,000 human throats trying to hum at the exact frequency of a combustion engine. A vibrating, organic drone that shook the glass of my windshield. I slammed the truck into reverse and tore out of the dirt lot, kicking up a cloud of gravel. I didn't look back until I was 3 miles down the paved highway, surrounded by the beautiful, mundane noise of traffic and wind. When I finally got home, I sat in my driveway for an hour, the radio off, the windows rolled up. I was afraid to speak. I was afraid that if I said anything, I'd hear it come back to me from the backseat. The next day, I went to the local ranger station to report unusual acoustic activity and a lost tripod. The ranger behind the desk didn't even look up from his clipboard when I told him I was in the Blackwood Basin. "You talk much while you were out there?" he asked, his voice flat. "A little bit," I admitted, wise. He finally looked at me. His eyes were tired, and there was a strange sort of pity in them. The echoes don't like new material. They get greedy. If I were you, I'd stay out of the woods for a while. Your voice needs time to grow back into your own head. I never went back for my tripod. I quit the surveying firm a month later and took a desk job in the city. I like the city. It's loud, chaotic, and nothing repeats. But sometimes late at night, when the house is too quiet and I accidentally drop a glass or stub my toe, I find myself counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I wait for the sound to come back, and last week, for the first time, it did. I coughed in my sleep, and 5 seconds later, a soft, distorted cough echoed from the dark corner of my bedroom. The forest didn't just repeat me, it followed me home, and now I'm terrified that one day it'll stop waiting for me to speak first. I didn't sleep that night. I sat upright in bed, my back pressed against the headboard, staring at the corner of the room where the sound had originated. It was a small, unassuming corner, occupied by a laundry hamper and a shadow cast by the street lamp outside. But in the vacuum of the 3:00 a.m. silence, that corner felt miles deep. I stayed perfectly still, my muscles locking into a painful cramp, listening to the rhythm of my own heart. I was terrified that if my heart beat too loudly, the room would count to 5 and beat back at me. The cough had been unmistakable. It wasn't the house settling. It wasn't a neighbor through the thin apartment walls. It was the specific, wet rattle of a man who had spent too many years breathing in sawdust and trail dust. It was my cough. And as the sun began to bleed a gray, sickly light through the blinds, I realized the ranger's warning had been a half-truth. My voice hadn't stayed in the Blackwood Basin. I had carried the basin out in my marrow. I spent the next 3 days in a state of self-imposed mutism. I went to my new job at the architectural firm, a sterile office filled with the hum of servers and the click of mechanical keyboards, and I didn't say a word. I pointed at blueprints. I typed my responses. I communicated through post-it notes and emails. My coworkers thought I had laryngitis. My boss thought I was being focused. In reality, I was a man standing on a landmine, terrified that the slightest vibration of my vocal cords would trigger a detonation. But the forest, or whatever version of it was now living in the architecture of my life, wasn't content with silence. It was getting impatient. It happened on a Thursday. I was in the break room, pouring a cup of coffee. The pot was nearly empty, and as the last of the liquid hissed against the heating element, I let out a sharp, involuntary hiss of my own as a stray droplet splashed onto my thumb. It was barely a sound, a sharp intake of air through teeth. I dropped the mug. It shattered against the linoleum. I didn't move. I didn't swear. I stared at the dark stain spreading across the floor, and I started to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. From the empty refrigerator behind me, a sharp, metallic hiss erupted. It wasn't the sound of the compressor. It was the sound of a human throat imitating a snake. It lasted exactly as long as my own hiss had, but then it didn't stop. The refrigerator hissed again. Then the microwave chimed, a perfect mimicry of the cycle-complete beep, but the pitch was slightly off, sounding more like a bird of prey's shriek. Then, from the air conditioning vent in the ceiling, I heard the sound of the mug shattering. Clatter-smash. It was happening in broad daylight in a building full of people, and yet no one else seemed to notice. A coworker walked in, stepped over the glass, and asked if I was okay. I just nodded frantically, my jaw clamped shut so hard my teeth ached. He looked at me like I was losing my mind, shrugged, and grabbed a soda. As he left, the vent above his head whispered, "Okay, okay, okay," in a voice that was a perfect, stitched-together composite of mine and his. I fled. I didn't even grab my coat. I drove home with the windows rolled up and the radio blasting white noise, trying to drown out the world. But as I sat in traffic, the white noise began to change. The static started to form shapes. It began to rhythmicize, turning into the sound of wind through hemlocks. It began to sound like the crunch of boots on dry needles. Grunge, grunge, grunge. I looked at the passenger seat. It was empty, but the fabric of the seat was depressed, as if someone, or something, was sitting there mimicking my posture. I reached my apartment and barricaded the door. I began to realize that the 5-second delay was shrinking. It had been 5 seconds in the basin. It had been 5 seconds that morning. But now, as I paced my living room, the repetitions were coming faster. 4 seconds, 3. I sat at my kitchen table and pulled out a notebook. I had to approach this like a surveyor. I had to map the anomaly. If I couldn't outrun it, I had to understand its boundaries. I wrote, "It is a parasite of frequency. It feeds on output. If I don't provide output, it starves." As soon as the ink dried, I heard the sound of a pen scratching on paper. It came from underneath the table. Scratch, scratch, scratch. I looked down. There was no pen. There was no paper. but the sound was there, a perfect auditory ghost of my own action. It was no longer just repeating what I said, it was repeating what I did. The forest had learned that movement makes sound too. It was mapping me, centimeter by centimeter, sound by sound, building a library of my existence so it could eventually replace the original. That night, the whispers started. They weren't my whispers, not yet. They were the sounds of the Blackwood Basin. I lay in the dark and heard the low, guttural thrum of the engine sound the forest had made when I fled. I heard the whhhshhh, puh of the flare gun. These sounds weren't coming from the corners anymore. They were coming from inside my own ears. "Get out," I whispered. I couldn't help it. The pressure in my chest was too much. Get out of my head. "One. I'll do." "Get out," the voice said from the pillow next to me. It was my voice, but it sounded wet. It sounded like it was being spoken through a mouth filled with moss and silt. Get out of my head. Then the delay vanished. "Why are you doing this?" I screamed. "Why are you doing this?" the voice screamed back simultaneously. The overlap was perfect. There was no echo. There was only a terrifyingly precise synchronization. I wasn't an individual anymore. I was a duet. I jumped out of bed and ran to the bathroom, splashing cold water on my face. I looked into the mirror, expecting to see a monster, but I only saw myself, haggard, pale, eyes bloodshot with terror. I opened my mouth to gasp for air. The reflection opened its mouth. But the reflection didn't gasp. The reflection laughed. It was a sound I hadn't made in years. It was a cold, mocking peal of laughter that sounded like breaking glass. And the worst part was, I could feel the vibration of the laugh in my own chest, even though my lungs were still and my throat was tight. It was using my body as a resonator. It was playing me like an instrument. I realized then what the stop talking carvings meant. It wasn't a warning to stay quiet so the forest wouldn't find you. It was a warning to stay quiet so you wouldn't give the forest the blueprints to build you. Once it had enough of your sounds, your sighs, your screams, and your laughter, it didn't need you anymore. It could just take over the broadcast. I grabbed a roll of duct tape from under the sink. With shaking hands, I tore off a strip and slapped it over my mouth, then another, then another. I wrapped it around my head until I was a mummy of silver adhesive, leaving only my nose free to breathe. I did the same to my hands, taping my fingers together into useless mittens so I couldn't even tap out a rhythm. I sat in the bathtub, the porcelain cold against my skin, and I waited for the silence to save me. For an hour it worked. The apartment was still. The only sound was the whistle of air through my nostrils. I focused on that sound, making it as steady and mechanical as possible. I became a machine, a silent, unmoving object. Then I heard a floorboard creak in the hallway. I hadn't moved. I was in the tub. Great. It was the specific sound of the floorboard near the front door, the one that always groaned when I came home. Thump, thump, thump. Heavy rhythmic footsteps, the sound of a man in work boots, my work boots, the ones I had left by the door. I listened, my heart hammering so hard I thought it would burst the tape. The footsteps moved into the kitchen. I heard the sound of a chair being pulled out. I heard the sound of a notebook being opened. I heard the scratching of a pen. Scratch, scratch, scratch. Then the voice spoke. It was my voice, but it was clear now. No distortion, no mossy undertone. It was the voice of the 34-year-old surveyor, cocky and sure of himself. "This is a fascinating specimen," the voice said. I froze. That wasn't something I had said in the woods. That wasn't a repetition. It was a new sentence. It was thinking. The internal resistance is high. The voice continued, coming closer now, moving into the bedroom. But the acoustic library is nearly complete, just a few more frequencies. The sound of a heart stopping, perhaps, the sound of a final, rattling breath. The bathroom door cracked open. I didn't look. I squeezed my eyes shut, my entire body shaking. I could feel the presence standing over the tub. It smelled like damp earth and old hemlock needles. It smelled like the Blackwood Basin. "You can't keep the tape on forever," the voice whispered. It was right above me now. I could feel the cold air of its breath, or the imitation of breath, on my forehead. "Eventually, you'll have to scream. And when you do, I'll have the last piece of the puzzle." I felt a cold, phantom hand brush against the tape on my face. It didn't feel like skin. It felt like the rough, abrasive texture of bark. "I've been practicing," it said. And then it began to make a sound that didn't belong to me. It was the sound of the wind, but it was shaped into a melody. A low, haunting whistle that I recognized from my childhood, a lullaby my mother used to sing. It had dug into my memories, into the silent sounds of my mind, and pulled out something I hadn't thought of in 20 years. The whistle was beautiful, it was perfect, and it was the most predatory thing I had ever experienced. It was luring me out, tempting me to break the silence, to join in, to protest, to cry. I bit down on my tongue inside my taped mouth. I bit until the copper taste of blood filled my throat. I used the pain to anchor myself to the silence. The entity stayed in the bathroom for what felt like hours. It narrated my own life to me. It told me about the day I got my first compass. It recited the coordinates of the Blackwood Basin. It mimicked the sound of my ex-wife's voice, the sound of my father's car, the sound of the rain on the roof of my first house. It was a museum of my life, curated by a monster. "You're very stubborn," it finally said, its voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. "But the forest is patient. We've been echoing the mountains for 10,000 years. We can wait for one man to breathe." The presence retreated. I heard the footsteps walk out of the bathroom, through the bedroom, and back into the living room. I heard the front door open and close. I didn't move until the sun was high in the sky. When I finally peeled the tape off my face, my skin was raw and bleeding. I didn't make a sound. I didn't even sigh in relief. I packed a bag in total silence. I left my phone, my computer, and my boots. I put on a pair of sneakers and walked out of the apartment. I didn't lock the door. It didn't matter. The thing in the woods didn't need a key. I drove to the airport. I bought a ticket to the loudest place I could think of. A city where the noise never stops, where the air is never dead, where the sheer volume of human existence would provide a camouflage of chaos. I live in a small room above a 24-hour construction site now. There are jackhammers at 2:00 a.m. There are sirens every 20 minutes. There is the constant, grinding roar of the subway beneath my feet. I love it. I crave it. The noise is a shield. But I know I'm not safe. The other day I was sitting in a crowded diner. The clatter of plates and the roar of a dozen conversations was a beautiful symphony of protection. I felt almost normal. I leaned over to the waitress to order a coffee, my first spoken words in weeks. I kept my voice low, a mere breath. "Coffee black," I said. The waitress nodded and turned away. Exactly 4 seconds later, from the empty chair across from me, a voice whispered through the din of the restaurant. It was a voice that no one else heard, a voice that cut through the roar of the jackhammers and the sirens like a razor through silk. Coffee black. It's getting closer. The delay is shrinking again. And the worst part isn't that it's following me. The worst part is that I'm starting to forget which voice is mine. Sometimes I'll think of a word, and before I can even form the shape of it with my mouth, I hear it whispered from the shadows of my closet or the drain of the sink. It's not just repeating me anymore. It's anticipating me. I've started carrying a small handheld recorder. I record the sounds of the city, the traffic, the screaming, the construction. I play it back at full volume whenever I'm alone. I'm trying to drown out the new material. I'm trying to give the forest so much noise that it chokes on it. But last night the power went out. The construction stopped. The subway was quiet. For 10 minutes, the city was as still as the Blackwood Basin. I sat in the dark, my heart hammering. I counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Don't be afraid, my voice said from the foot of the bed. I didn't say that. I didn't even think it. I'm almost finished, the voice continued. I just need one more sound. Do you know which one it is? I didn't answer. I reached for my recorder, but my hands were shaking too hard. I need the sound of you giving up, the voice whispered. And then it began to hum. It was the same low, organic vibration of the truck engine, but it was different now. It was the sound of 1,000 throats humming in perfect unison, a sound so loud it felt like my skull was going to crack. It was the sound of the forest, claiming its own. I'm writing this now because I don't know how much longer I can stay silent. My throat feels like it's full of dry leaves. My tongue feels like a dead root. The urge to scream, to just let out one long, final note of defiance, is becoming unbearable. But I know what happens if I do. If you're reading this and you find yourself in a place where the air is too still, where the trees seem to be leaning in to listen, don't whistle, don't sigh, don't even breathe too loudly, because the forest is a very good student, and once it learns your name, it will never stop calling you. I can hear it now, outside my door, the sound of my own footsteps pacing the hallway. Creak-a, creak-a, creak-a. It's waiting for me to say something, anything. I think I'm going to open the door. I think I'm going to look it in the eye, my own eyes, and I'm going to give it exactly what it wants. I just hope that when I'm gone, the version of me that walks out of this room is at least a decent imitation. I hope it remembers to pay the rent. I hope it remembers to call my mother. But mostly, I hope it knows how to keep its mouth shut. The doorknob didn't just turn. It mimicked the specific metallic protest of the WD-40 I'd applied 3 days ago. It was a precise technical reproduction of friction. I stood in the center of my efficiency apartment, the neon sign of the 24-hour pawn across the street bleeding a rhythmic, pulse-like violet across the linoleum. My hands were shoved deep into my pockets, balled into fists so tight the nails were drawing blood from my palms. The door swung open. There was no one there. The hallway was a throat of yellowing wallpaper and flickering fluorescent tubes. But the air that rolled into my room didn't smell like the hallway's signature scent of boiled cabbage and industrial cleaner. It smelled of wet slate. It smelled of the specific, suffocating rot of a hemlock grove after a week of rain. I didn't scream. I didn't even gasp. I had become an athlete of repression. Great. The sound came from the floorboards directly in front of me, though the wood didn't depress. Something was standing there, invisible or perhaps just folded into the frequencies of the room. You're making it difficult, the voice said. It was my voice, but it had matured. It sounded like me in 10 years, deeper, weathered by a decade of breaths I hadn't taken yet. It was stealing from my future now. It was extrapolating the person I was supposed to become based on the acoustic data of who I was. The city is loud, the voice continued, moving toward the kitchenette. I heard the sound of my own hand brushing against the laminate counter, a dry, sliding noise. But noise is just a different kind of silence if you know how to filter it. I can hear your pulse, Elias. It's a very distinct percussion. Staccato, nervous. I backed away until my calves hit the frame of my bed. I reached for the handheld recorder on the nightstand, my fingers fumbling for the play button. I needed the roar of the jackhammers. I needed the safety of the static. The voice laughed. It was the sound of a shovel hitting stony soil. Don't, it said. I've already learned the recorder. Listen. I pressed play. Instead of the comforting, chaotic din of the New York City streets, the speaker emitted a sound that made my bowels turn to ice. It was the sound of the Blackwood Basin. Not the wind, not the trees, but the undersound. The low-frequency thrum that I'd felt in my teeth back in the valley. And over that thrum, a voice began to speak. It wasn't mine. It was the Ranger, S. He's a talker, isn't he? The recording of the Ranger said. The quality was perfect, devoid of the electronic hiss of the cheap microphone. They always are at first. They think they can negotiate with the echo. They think if they provide enough content, the forest will be satisfied. But the forest isn't a library, Elias. It's a mirror. And mirrors don't want your stories. They want your place in the light. I dropped the recorder. It hit the floor with a plastic thud, but the sound it made was the sound of a heavy stone falling into a deep, stagnant pool of water. Plop. He's dead, you know, my voice said from the corner by the refrigerator, the Ranger. He stopped talking 3 years ago. He's very quiet now. He's part of the mulch. He's the sound of the wind through the ribs of a deer. I felt a sudden, violent urge to vomit. I clamped my hand over my mouth, the skin-on-skin contact sounding like a wet slap that echoed 4 times, each repetition getting louder until it sounded like a gunshot. Slap, 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 bang. The delay is gone, Elias, the voice whispered, now right at my ear. I could feel the cold pressure of a shoulder against mine, though I saw only the violet-stained air. We are in sync. We are a monotrack. There is no more you in it. There is only the broadcast. I squeezed my eyes shut. If I can't see it, it isn't real. A child's logic. But in the Blackwood Basin, logic was just another vibration to be mimicked and discarded. I know what you're thinking, the voice said. You're thinking about the bridge, the one you crossed on the way into the city. You're thinking about the sound of the water. You want to know if the water repeats, too. It doesn't. Water is the only thing we can't catch. It moves too fast. It has no memory. I opened my eyes. The suggestion was a hook, baited with the promise of silence. It wanted me to go to the water. It wanted me to find a place where the echoes couldn't live. But I knew better. It wasn't trying to help me. It was trying to get me to a place where the ambient noise of the city wouldn't interfere with the final recording. I stood up. I didn't grab my keys. I didn't grab my wallet. I walked toward the door. Where are we going? The voice asked, perfectly synchronized with the rhythm of my footsteps. I didn't answer. I walked out into the hallway. The fluorescent light above me hummed, BZZZZZZ. BZZZZZZ, the voice hummed back. I took the stairs, 5 flights. Each step was a double tap of leather on concrete. Clack, 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 clack. I reached the lobby and burst out onto the street. The city was a wall of sound. A taxi honked. A siren wailed 3 blocks over. A A group of teenagers laughed outside a bodega. I dived into the noise like a man jumping into a river to escape a fire. I started walking fast toward the heart of Times Square. I needed the maximum density of human output. I needed a million voices to blur my own. As I walked, the voice stayed with me. It began to pick up the sounds around us. It mimicked the hiss of the taxi's brakes. It mimicked the "hey, watch it" of a businessman I jostled. It was weaving a tapestry of the city, but it was all centered on me. I was the loom. So many frequencies, the voice whispered delightedly. So much to learn. This place is a feast. I reached the center of the square. The giant LED screens bathed the world in a frenetic, artificial noon. Thousands of people swirled around me, a chaotic sea of tourists, commuters, and ghosts. I stood under the glow of a 3-story tall soda advertisement, and I did something I hadn't done since the day I left the Blackwood Basin. I took a deep breath. "Look at all of them," I said. My voice was thin, reedy, out of practice. "Look at all of them," the voice said, perfectly overlapping mine. "They're all screaming," I said. "They're all screaming," the voice agreed. I looked at a woman standing a few feet away. She was taking a selfie, her mouth pulled into a practiced, silent pout. I looked at the street performer drumming on plastic buckets. I looked at the policeman leaning against his cruiser. "They don't know," I said. "They don't know," the voice said. And then I began to hum, not the lullaby, not the forest's engine. I began to hum a flat, monotonous C note. I held it, pushing the air from my lungs until my chest ached. The voice held the note with me. I changed the pitch. I went up a fifth, then a minor third. I began to improvise a jagged, nonsensical melody. I was trying to create a sequence it couldn't predict. I was trying to outcompose the parasite. The voice followed me, note for note, with zero latency. It wasn't just mimicking anymore. It was being. I stopped humming. "You can't win," the voice said. "I am the sum of your parts. I am the result of the equation. You are the variable, and variables eventually resolve into constants." I looked up at the giant screen above me. A news ticker was scrolling across the bottom. Record heat wave, market fluctuations, local man missing in Blackwood Basin. I froze. The ticker didn't say that. It said something about a sports score, but I had heard the ticker. I had heard the sound of the letters moving across the screen, and my mind had translated that sound into the words I feared most. The forest hadn't just followed me to the city. It had infected my perception of the city. It was rewriting the sensory input before it even reached my brain. "Ilia's a new voice," said. I turned. It was the woman who had been taking the selfie. She was looking at me now, her phone lowered. Her eyes were blank, like two polished stones. "Elia's," she said again. It was her voice, high-pitched with a slight Midwestern accent, but the cadence was wrong. It was the cadence of the forest. "Stop it," I whispered. "Stop it," the policeman said, turning toward me. "Stop it," the street performer said, his drumsticks frozen in midair. The entire square seemed to hitch. For a fraction of a second, the noise of the city cut out, replaced by that horrific, wet silence of the basin. In that silence, 10,000 people turned their heads toward me. "We've heard enough," they said in unison. The sound was a roar, a tidal wave of 1,000 different voices, all saying the same words with the same terrifying synchronization. I backed away, tripping over my own feet. I fell against the base of a lamp post. The library is complete, the crowd said. The sound was so loud I felt my ears begin to bleed. A warm trickle of copper-tasting fluid ran down my neck. I realized then that it was never about me. It was about the signal. I was just the antenna. I had brought the frequency of the Blackwood Basin into the most densely populated place on Earth. I had given it 1,000,000 new mouthpieces. The woman stepped toward me. She opened her mouth, but no words came out. Instead, she made the sound of a tree snapping in a storm. Crack. The policeman opened his mouth. He made the sound of the flare gun. WHHHSHHH-PUH. The street performer made the sound of the engine. The square was no longer a human place. It was a forest of flesh and bone, echoing the primal, predatory sounds of a place that had forgotten what it meant to be still. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away from the chorus. I ran into a subway entrance, leaping over the turnstile and sprinting down the stairs. I reached the platform just as a train was pulling in. The screech of the wheels on the tracks was a scream of agony, but it was a new scream, and I welcomed it. I boarded the train, huddling in the corner of the car. There were only a few other passengers, a tired-looking nurse, a man in a suit, a teenager with headphones. They didn't look at me. They didn't speak. I sat there, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I waited for the repetitions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The train entered a tunnel. The lights flickered. In the darkness, I heard a whisper from the seat next to me. Legs. I bolted upright. The man in the suit was looking at me. He wasn't mimicking me. He was counting. 7, the nurse said, her eyes fixed on the floor. 8, the teenager said, pulling his headphones down around his neck. They were continuing the count, the 5-second rule, the boundary that had defined my life for weeks, had been broken. The forest was no longer waiting for me to provide the input. It was taking the lead. 9, I whispered, unable to stop myself. 10, the entire train car said. The train came to a screeching halt, not at a station. In the middle of the tunnel, the emergency lights kicked in, casting a sickly red glow over everything. The doors didn't open. Do you know what happens at 11, Elias? The man in the suit asked. He stood up, his movements fluid and unnatural, like a branch swaying in a breeze that didn't exist. I pressed my back against the door of the car. What are you? We are the echo that stopped needing the sound, he said. He walked toward me, and as he moved, his face began to blur. His features didn't melt. They simply became less defined, like a photograph that had been copied too many times. The ranger told you a half-truth, he said, my own voice now coming out of his blurring mouth. He said your voice stayed in the basin. He didn't tell you that the basin follows the voice. You didn't carry the forest out in your marrow, Elias. You are the forest. You were always just a seed. He reached out a hand. His fingers were long, tapering into points that looked like winter-dead twigs. 11, he said. I didn't wait for 12. I grabbed the emergency release handle on the door and pulled with everything I had. The door hissed open, a sound that was mimicked by a dozen throats behind me, and I tumbled out into the darkness of the subway tunnel. I ran along the narrow catwalk, my hands scraping against the soot-covered walls. I could hear them behind me, not running, just being. The sound of the tunnel was changing. The drip of water was becoming a rhythmic tap. The hum of the third rail was becoming a low, guttural growl. I saw a service door and flung it open. It led to a narrow staircase that wound upward. I climbed, my lungs burning, my heart a frantic drum. I reached the top and found myself in a small, concrete room, a mechanical space filled with the roar of massive ventilation fans. The noise was incredible. The fans were moving thousands of cubic feet of air, creating a constant, bone-shaking thunder. I collapsed against the wall, sobbing. The noise was so loud I couldn't even hear my own cries. I was safe. The forest couldn't mimic this. It was too much, too fast, too raw. I stayed there for hours, huddled in the roar. I watched the door, but nothing came through. I was alone in the thunder. But as the hours passed, my ears began to adjust. The roar of the fans started to separate into individual frequencies. I began to hear the mechanical rhythm of the motors. I began to hear the whistle of the blades. And then, underneath it all, I heard a melody. It was the lullaby. The fans weren't just making noise, they were being played. The forest had found the resonance of the room. It was using the massive power of the ventilation system to sing to me. It's a beautiful song, isn't it? The voice didn't come from the door, it came from the fan itself. I looked at the massive, spinning blades. In the center of the hub, I saw a face. It wasn't a human face. It was a face made of shadows and grit, a face that existed only in the flickering light of the spinning metal. It was my face. You can't stay here forever, Elias, the face said, its voice projected through the roar of the air. Eventually, you'll have to go back up. You'll have to speak. You'll have to breathe. I looked at the fan. I looked at the blurred, spinning death of the blades. I don't have to do anything, I said. I stood up. I walked toward the fan. The wind was so strong it nearly knocked me over, but I pushed forward. I wanted to be part of the noise. I wanted to be broken into a million pieces, a million sounds that could never be reassembled. Elias, no, the voice said. For the first time, it sounded afraid, or maybe it was just mimicking my own burgeoning realization. I reached the edge of the safety cage. I looked into the heart of the machine. Repeat this, I whispered. I reached for the latch on the cage. But as my hand touched the metal, the fans stopped. Not over a few seconds. They stopped instantly, as if an invisible hand had seized the blades. The roar vanished. The silence that rushed into the room was so absolute it felt like a physical blow. I stood there, my hand on the cage, staring at the motionless blades. In the silence, I heard a sound. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a repetition. It was a heartbeat. Zump, zump. It was coming from the fan. Zump, zump. I backed away, my eyes wide. The blades began to move again, but not from the motor. They began to pulse. The metal was softening, turning into something dark and organic. The safety cage began to grow bark. The concrete walls of the room began to sweat a thick, clear sap. The room wasn't a mechanical space anymore. It was a throat. 12, the room whispered. I turned to run for the door, but it was gone. There was only a wall of rough, gray bark. I was back in the Blackwood Basin. I had never left. The city, the apartment, the subway, it had all been a rehearsal. A complex, multi-sensory hallucination designed to keep me talking, to keep me providing the data the forest needed to build a perfect replica of the world. I fell to my knees. The floor was soft now, covered in a thick layer of pine needles. 13, a voice said. I looked up. Standing in front of me was the man in the suit, but he wasn't a man anymore. He was a pillar of woven vines and moss, shaped into the rough approximation of a human being. He held a notebook in his hand, my notebook. "The experiment is a success," he said, using my voice. "The urban environment is a much more efficient nursery than the valley. The noise-to-signal ratio is high, but the sheer volume of data is intoxicating." "What do you want?" I screamed. 14, he said. He stepped toward me and opened the notebook. He flipped to the last page, the page where I had written about the city being a shield. "We want the world, Elias," he said. "We've spent 10,000 years echoing the wind. We're tired of the wind. We want the music. We want the laughter. We want the screams." He reached out and touched my forehead. His hand was cold, like a stone at the bottom of a well. 15. I felt a sudden, sharp pain in my chest. It felt like a seed was germinating in my heart, sending roots out through my veins. I tried to scream, but my throat was blocked. I coughed, and a cloud of fine, gray spores puffed out of my mouth. 16. My skin began to itch. I looked at my arms and saw tiny green shoots breaking through the surface. They weren't growing on me. They were growing out of me. 17. I looked at the man in front of me. His face was becoming clearer now. He was becoming more real as I became less so. He was stealing my resolution. 18. I couldn't move my legs. They had fused together, rooting me to the floor. The pine needles were climbing up my shins, weaving themselves into my flesh. 19. The man in the suit, the thing that was becoming me, smiled. It was a perfect smile. 20, he said. The silence returned, but it wasn't the silence of the forest. It was the silence of a finished work. The thing that looked like me closed the notebook and tucked it under its arm. It adjusted its tie and checked its watch, my watch. "Well," it said, its voice indistinguishable from the one I'd had when I was happy. "Time to go to work. Lots to do. Lots to say." It walked toward the wall of bark, which opened like a curtain to reveal the hallway of the subway station. It stepped through, its footsteps echoing with a confident human rhythm. I tried to call out, to beg it to stop, but I didn't have a voice anymore. I didn't even have a breath. I was just a tree, a small, unassuming hemlock, growing in a concrete room at the heart of a city that never sleeps. I can still hear the world. I can hear the roar of the fans, the real fans that have started up again. I can hear the rumble of the subway. I can hear the millions of voices above me, talking, laughing, crying. And I can hear him. The version of me, he's out there now. He's talking to the waitress. He's calling my mother. He's living my life with a precision I never could manage. And every time he speaks, I feel a little bit more of myself drift away, like a leaf falling in autumn. But there's one thing he doesn't know, one thing the forest forgot to mimic. The forest can repeat the sound, but it can't repeat the soul. I am still here, deep inside the bark, and I am waiting, because even the longest day has an end, and even the most perfect echo eventually fades into the silence. I'm counting. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The count continued in the dark, damp center of my new, fibrous chest. I was a pillar of cellulose and trapped memory, a vertical tomb in a mechanical room that the city had already forgotten. Above me, The Elias that was not Elias was walking through the turnstiles of the 42nd Street station. I could feel him. There was a phantom limb sensation, a tether made of vibrating air that stretched from my rooted feet through the concrete and into the soles of his polished leather shoes. He was humming the lullaby. It wasn't a morning song anymore. It was a broadcast. Every person he passed on the platform shivered. They didn't know why. They felt a sudden, inexplicable draft, a scent of crushed pine needles and wet earth cutting through the subterranean stench of ozone and trash. He brushed against a woman in a beige trench coat. "Sorry," he said, my voice, my exact inflection of polite, mid-Atlantic anxiety. "It's fine," she replied, but as she looked at him, her pupils dilated. For a second, her reflection in his eyes wasn't a woman. It was a silhouette of tangled branches. He smiled, and the seeds of the forest, the invisible, sonic spores of the Blackwood Basin, leapt from his lips into the air she breathed. 7, the woman whispered to herself as he walked away. She didn't know why she said it. She shook her head, adjusted her bag, and boarded the uptown local. By the time she reached 72nd Street, she would be counting to 10. By the time she reached home, she would be hearing the wind in her hallway. I screamed inside my bark. It was a silent, internal rupture. I tried to thrash, to crack the wood of my own body, but I was a prisoner of stasis. The ventilation fans roared above me, their massive blades slicing the air into rhythmic gulps. Swish-thud, swish-thud. I focused on the vibration. If I was the antenna and he was the transmitter, then there was still a frequency between us. I began to push. I didn't have lungs, but I had resonance. I didn't have a throat, but I had the grain of my wood. I began to vibrate my internal fibers against the sap-slicked interior of my trunk. I wasn't trying to speak. I was trying to interfere. In the world above, the false Elias stopped at a coffee cart. He reached for a wallet that contained my ID, my credit cards, the scrap of paper with the ranger's number on it. "Black coffee," he said to the vendor. "Black coffee," the vendor repeated. "Wait," the false Elias said. "Wait," the vendor said. I hit the resonance. I tuned my wooden heart to the frequency of the fan motor and sent a surge of discordant energy up the tether. The false Elias flinched. His hand jerked, spilling the hot coffee over his fingers. He didn't hiss in pain. He didn't react like a man. He stared at the brown liquid as it hit the pavement, watching the way it splashed. To him, it wasn't a mess. It was a pattern. He saw the fractal geometry of the spill and began to hum a note that matched the splatter. 9, he whispered, his voice flickering for a fraction of a second into the sound of a dry leaf skittering across a grave. The vendor stared at him, his face slackening. 9, the vendor echoed, his eyes turning the color of stagnant pond water. The infection was accelerating. It didn't need weeks anymore. In the density of Manhattan, the forest was leaping from mind to mind like a wildfire in a dry canyon. It was using the city's own infrastructure, the cell towers, the PA systems, the constant, low-level hum of the power grid to carry the signal. I pushed harder. I felt the bark of my chest begin to hairline fracture. Sap leaked out, warm and amber, smelling of ancient, prehistoric rot. I poured every ounce of my remaining will into a single, jagged thought: break the cycle. I remembered the ranger. I remembered the way his eyes had looked when he told me my voice was gone. He hadn't been sad for me. He had been terrified. He knew that a voice without a body is a ghost, but a body without a soul is a vessel. The ranger. I reached for the memory of his face. the rough texture of his uniform, the smell of the cheap tobacco he smoked. I used those sensory details as a wedge. I shoved them into the connection between me and the creature in the suit. On the street, the false Elias stumbled. He clutched his head, the perfect mask of my face distorted. For a heartbeat, his nose elongated into a knot of wood. His teeth became jagged shards of flint. Elias, a voice called out. The creature turned. Standing there was Sarah. Sarah, my Sarah, the woman I had stopped calling 3 months ago because I was afraid the whispers would crawl through the phone line and nest in her ear. She was standing by a flower stall, clutching a bouquet of yellow tulips, her face a mask of confusion and hope. Elias, is that really you? I've been calling. I went to your apartment, but the super said. The creature recovered. The wood receded. The flint became enamel. It smiled at her. It was the smile I had used when we first met, the one that reached the eyes and made the world feel small and safe. Sarah, it said, the warmth in the voice was sickening. It was a perfect counterfeit. I'm so sorry. I've been away in the woods. I needed clarity. You look different, she said, stepping closer. She reached out a hand to touch his cheek. No, I roared in the dark of the mechanical room. Don't touch it. I felt the contact through the tether. Her skin was warm. Her pulse was a delicate, rhythmic thrumming against the creature's stolen skin. To the forest, she was a masterpiece of data, a new library of sounds, the rustle of her silk scarf, the catch in her breath, the specific, melodic frequency of her heartbeat. 10, the creature whispered, lining into her touch. What? Sarah asked, her brow furrowing. 10 what? 10 seconds of silence, the creature lied. I missed the silence of you. He leaned in to kiss her. I felt a surge of cold, crystalline fury. This wasn't just mimicry. This was a violation of the only thing I had left that the forest hadn't touched. I didn't care about my body. I didn't care about the city, but it could not have her. I stopped vibrating. I stopped fighting the wood. Instead, I did the opposite. I surrendered. I pulled the tether. I didn't try to push my will up to him. I tried to pull his essence down to me. I became a vacuum. I opened the hollow centers of my rooted legs and invited the void in. In the mechanical room, the air pressure dropped. The massive fans groaned, their metal casings shrieking as they were sucked toward the center of the room. The bark of my body began to implode, folding in on itself like a dying star. On the street, the false Elias gasped. His mouth opened to kiss Sarah, but instead of a breath, a vacuum pulled at his throat. His eyes rolled back in his head. Elias, what's wrong? You're shaking. Sarah cried out, dropping her flowers. The yellow tulips scattered across the gray sidewalk, a splash of color in a world turning to ash. The creature's skin began to ripple. The suit, the expensive charcoal gray suit I had bought for our anniversary, began to turn into strips of peeling birch bark. 11, the creature choked out. It wasn't a count anymore. It was a warning. I pulled harder. I felt my consciousness fraying. To pull him back, I had to unmake myself. I had to dissolve the anchor. The mechanical room was a whirlwind of debris now. The sap on the walls was boiling. The throat of the room was closing, the concrete ceiling sagging under the weight of the impossible physics I was conjuring. Come back, I thought. Come back to the dark. Come back to the silence. The creature fell to its knees in the middle of Times Square. People stopped. They didn't help. They just watched, their mouths hanging open in a synchronized, silent O. They were already part of the network, waiting for the next command. Sarah reached for him, her face contorted in terror. Elias, talk to me. Tell me what's happening. The creature looked up at her. Its face was a shifting mosaic of everyone it had ever mimicked. For a second, it was the ranger. Then it was the woman on the subway. Then it was the street performer. 12, it said, and the word was a thunderclap. The sound hit Sarah like a physical blow, knocking her backward. The tulips on the ground ignited, turning into pillars of green flame that didn't burn but grew, their petals elongating into sharp, serrated leaves. I felt the creature's resistance breaking. It didn't want to leave the feast. It didn't want to go back to being a single, rooted thing in a dark room. It fought me with the strength of 1,000 echoes. It screamed with 1,000,000 voices, a sound so loud that every window in the square shattered simultaneously. The rain of glass was beautiful. It fell in slow motion, reflecting the neon lights of the advertisements, 1,000,000,000 diamonds descending upon the panicked crowd. 13, the crowd screamed. They were no longer individuals. They were a single organism, a human forest swaying in the wind of the creature's agony. I gave one final, desperate tug. I felt the wooden core of my being snap. The mechanical room collapsed. The ceiling fell, the fans were crushed into scrap metal, and the darkness rushed in to swallow the light. On the street, the creature vanished. It didn't run, it didn't die, it simply ceased to be there. One moment, a man of bark and stolen memories was kneeling in the glass. The next, there was only a pile of dry pine needles and a discarded charcoal gray suit. Sarah scrambled to her feet, her hands bleeding from the glass. She stared at the empty clothes. She called my name over and over, her voice a jagged, broken thing. But there was no echo. The silence that followed was not the wet, heavy silence of the Blackwood Basin. It was a hollow silence, a vacuum. I woke up. I wasn't a tree. I wasn't in a mechanical room. I was lying on the floor of my apartment. The sun was streaming through the window, illuminating the dust motes that danced in the air. The television was on, the volume muted. A news ticker was scrolling across the bottom. Record heat wave continues. Local authorities baffled by mass fainting spell in Times Square. I sat up, my bones aching as if I had been standing still for a century. I looked at my hands. They were flesh. No bark, no shoots, just skin and bone and the fine, pale scars of a life lived in a city. I crawled to the window and looked down. The street was normal. Taxis honked. People rushed by, their heads down, their phones in their hands. There was no counting. There were no echoes. I walked to the kitchen and poured a glass of water. My throat felt like it had been scrubbed with sandpaper. I took a sip, the cold liquid a miracle of sensation. As I looked at the clock on the walls. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I waited for the 7th second. My heart hammered against my ribs. 7. Nothing. I let out a breath I felt I had been holding since the day I stepped into the basin. It was over. I had broken the circuit. I had pulled the forest back into the dark and buried it under the weight of its own ambition. I picked up my phone. I had 37 missed calls. Most of them were from Sarah. I dialed her number. My fingers trembled. I didn't know what I would say. How do you explain that you were a tree? How do you explain that the man she saw in the square was a song made of shadow? The phone rang. Once, twice, 3 times. Elias, she answered. Her voice was thick with tears, exhausted, terrified. Elias, is that you? Where are you? I thought I saw you, but then everything went crazy and you were gone and there was so much glass. I'm here, Sarah, I said. My voice was mine. It was heavy and tired, but it was mine. I'm home. I'm okay. I'm so sorry. I'm coming over, she said. Don't move. Don't go anywhere. Just stay on the phone. Talk to me. Please just keep talking. I'm here, I repeated. I'm not going anywhere. We stayed on the line as she hailed a cab. I listened to the sounds of her world, the slam of the taxi door, the mumble of the driver, the honk of the horns. It was a symphony of chaos, and I loved every discordant note of it. I'm almost there, she said 20 minutes later. I'm turning onto your street. I can see your building. I'll meet you at the door, I said. I walked to the hallway. I reached for the handle. I felt the cool metal against my palm. And then I heard it. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't a count. It was a sound coming from the other side of the door, a rhythmic, wet tapping. Clack, 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 clack. The sound of leather shoes on concrete. I froze. My hand stayed on the knob. Sarah's voice came through the phone. I'm outside. I'm at the buzzer. Why aren't you answering? I looked at the intercom on the wall. It was silent. Sarah, I whispered into the phone. Don't come in. Stay on the street. Go to a policeman. Go anywhere with a crowd. What, Elias? You're scaring me. I'm right here. I can see your light in the window. Sarah, listen to me. The tapping stopped. There was a moment of absolute, terrifying stillness. Then a voice spoke from the other side of my apartment door. It wasn't my voice. It wasn't the creature's voice. It was Sarah's voice. Elias, the voice behind the door, said, "Open up. I forgot my keys." I looked at the phone in my hand. Sarah was still there, her voice frantic, crying out my name, asking me what was wrong. But the Sarah behind the door didn't sound frantic. She sounded perfect. She sounded like a recording played at the exact right speed. Elias, the Sarah on the phone, screamed, "Who are you talking to? I'm standing right here. There's no one else on the stoop. Open the door." I looked at the wood of the door. I saw a tiny green shoot beginning to poke through the grain of the oak. The forest hadn't lost. It had just learned. It had realized that the best way to catch a man who is afraid of echoes is to give him two different versions of the truth. I backed away from the door, the phone still pressed to my ear. 14, the voice behind the door whispered. 14, the voice on the phone echoed. They said it at the exact same time, 0 latency. The room began to dim. The sunlight didn't fade. It turned green, filtered through lives that weren't there. I realized then that I hadn't woken up at all. I was still in the mechanical room. I was still a tree. This was just the next layer of the simulation. The forest was digging deeper, trying to find the exact frequency of my soul by playing with the one thing I loved. I closed my eyes. I dropped the phone. 15, I said to the empty room. I didn't fight it this time. I didn't pull. I didn't push. I just listened. And in the silence between the heartbeats of the world, I heard the real Sarah. She wasn't on the phone. She wasn't at the door. She was miles away, sleeping in her own bed, dreaming of a man who had gone missing in the woods. I smiled. 16, I whispered. The room dissolved. the apartment, the door, the phone, it all turned to mist. I was back in the dark. I was back in the wood. But I wasn't alone. In the center of my trunk, in the very heart of the hemlock, I found a spark. It was a small, flickering thing, no bigger than a firefly. It was the part of me that couldn't be mimicked, the part that didn't make a sound. I took that spark and I blew on it. A 17. The mechanical room began to glow, not with the sickly green light of the forest, but with a white, searing heat. 18. The bark of my body began to burn. It didn't hurt. It felt like a fever breaking. 19. The forest screamed. A billion trees, a billion echoes, a billion stolen lives all cried out at once as the fire spread. I was the match. I was the fuel. 20. The explosion was silent. When I opened my eyes, I was standing on the edge of the Blackwood Basin. It was dawn. The air was cold and crisp. The mist was lifting from the valley floor, revealing a landscape that looked ordinary, just trees, just rocks, just dirt. I looked down at my hands. They were scratched and dirty, my fingernails caked with mud. I was wearing my hiking gear. My pack was heavy on my shoulders. I looked back at the forest. There were no whispers. There was no engine. There was only the sound of a bird waking up, a simple three-note call that repeated once, then stopped. I checked my watch. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I waited. I held my breaths. 8, 9, 10. The bird didn't answer. The wind didn't mimic. I turned away from the basin and started walking toward the trailhead. I didn't look back. I didn't hum. I didn't speak. I reached my car and sat in the driver's seat for a long time, just listening to the ticking of the cooling engine. It was a beautiful, mechanical sound. It didn't mean anything. It was just a sound. I started the car and drove. I drove past the bodega, past the library, past the house with the wind chimes. I didn't stop until I reached the city. I walked into a crowded diner. The noise was a wall of beautiful, chaotic nonsense. I sat at the counter and ordered a coffee. "Here you go, honey," the waitress said, sliding the mug toward me. "Thank you," I said. I waited. She didn't repeat it. She just moved on to the next customer. I took a sip of the coffee. It was bitter and hot. I looked at my reflection in the chrome of the napkin holder. I looked tired. I looked older, but I looked like me. I reached into my pocket and found a small, smooth stone. I didn't remember picking it up. I rolled it between my fingers, feeling its weight, its reality. I stood up and walked out into the street. I blended into the crowd, a single note in a billion-voice song. I was home. But as I walked, I noticed something. A man standing by a bus stop was humming a tune, a simple, haunting lullaby. I stopped. I looked at him. He caught my eye and smiled. It was a kind smile, a human smile. "Beautiful day, isn't it?" he asked. "Yes," I said, "it is." "Yes," a woman passing by said. "It is," a child holding her hand said. I kept walking. I didn't look back. I knew then that the forest hadn't followed me. It didn't have to. The world has always been a forest. We are all just echoes of each other. repeating the same words, the same dreams, the same fears, until the silence finally takes us back. And in that realization, for the first time in my life, I wasn't afraid. I just kept walking, counting my steps, all the way to 20. And then I started again at 1. The 21st step felt different. It didn't feel like a conclusion. It felt like a permission slip. I walked past a newsstand where the headlines were screaming about the Times Square tremor, a localized seismic event that the experts were already attributing to a freak gas pocket or a subterranean structural failure. I saw a photo of the glass-strewn plaza. In the corner of the frame, partially obscured by a fleeing tourist, was a pile of charcoal gray fabric. It looked like a shed skin. I didn't stop to buy the paper. I didn't want to see the high-resolution evidence of my own haunting. I just wanted to find Sarah. The city felt brittle, as if the reality I was walking through was a thin laminate applied over a much darker, much older grain. Every time a car horn honked, I waited for the second honk to be a microsecond too perfect. Every time a stranger coughed, I listened for the subterranean rasp of wood rubbing against wood. But the city remained stubbornly, beautifully messy. The sounds overlapped, collided, and died without ceremony. I reached Sarah's apartment building by late afternoon. The brickwork was warm from the sun, and the smell of roasting garlic wafted from the Italian place on the corner. It was a sensory overload of the mundane. I stood at the buzzer, my thumb hovering over the button. My heart was a frantic bird in a cage of ribs. If I pressed it and she answered, which Sarah would she be? I realized then that the forest's greatest cruelty wasn't the mimicry itself. It was the doubt it left behind. It had poisoned the well of certainty. I could spend the rest of my life looking at the woman I loved and wondering if she was a masterpiece of data, a biological recording, waiting for the count to reach a certain number. I pressed the buzzer. Yes, her voice came through the speaker. It was tinny, distorted by the cheap electronics. It sounded small. It's me, I said. It's Elia's. There was a long silence, not the heavy, expectant silence of the basin, but a silence of shock. I heard a sharp intake of breath, a muffled sob, and then the electronic buzz of the door lock. I took the stairs. I couldn't stomach the idea of an elevator, a metal box, a mechanical throat. I needed to move my own legs to feel the burn in my own muscles. By the time I reached the 4th floor, I was gasping. She was standing in the doorway. She looked wrecked. Her eyes were rimmed with red, her hair was a bird's nest of neglected curls, and she was wearing an oversized sweater I had left at her place 6 months ago. She looked entirely, devastatingly human. She didn't move, she just stared at me, her hands clutching the doorframe so hard her knuckles were white. "You're wearing the sweater," I said. It was a stupid thing to say, but it was the only truth I could find. She let out a sound that was half laugh, half sob, and then she was moving. She threw herself at me with a force that nearly knocked us both back into the hallway. She smelled of vanilla and stale coffee and the salt of her own tears. I buried my face in her neck, breathing her in, clutching her as if she were the only anchor in a world made of ghosts. "I saw you," she whispered into my chest. "In the square. I saw you fall apart, Elias. I saw you turn into. I don't even know what I saw. I thought I was having a breakdown. I thought I'd lost my mind." "I'm here," I said, my voice cracking. "I'm right here." We stayed like that for a long time, two people clinging to each other in a doorway while the world went on around us. Neighbors passed by, giving us curious, uncomfortable glances, but I didn't care. I was checking her pulse. I was listening to the uneven, frantic rhythm of her heart. It wasn't a loop. It was a chaotic, living thing. She eventually pulled me inside and locked the door. The apartment was a shrine to my absence. There were maps of the Blackwood Basin spread across the coffee table, highlighted in yellow and red. There were printouts of missing persons reports. There was a stack of my mail she must have intercepted from my super. "Tell me," she said, sitting me down on the sofa. She didn't let go of my hand. "Tell me everything, from the moment you went into those woods." I looked at the maps. I looked at the green lines of the topography, the neat little symbols for trails and peaks. They looked like a joke. They were 2D representations of a 4D nightmare. "I can't," I said. "If I tell you, I give it more room to grow. I give it more words to use." "Elias, you're scaring me. You've been gone for 3 months. The police said you probably fell into a ravine. They stopped looking weeks ago." 3 months, I whispered. The time in the mechanical room had felt like days or centuries, but never exactly 3 months. I lost track. "Where were you?" I looked at her, really looked at her. I saw the fine lines around her eyes, the way her lower lip trembled when she was nervous. I saw the truth of her, and I knew that if I told her about the ranger, about the counting, about the wooden man in the charcoal suit, I would be inviting the forest into this room. I would be giving it a map to her heart. "I got lost," I said, and it was the truest lie I had ever told. I hit my head. I wandered. I don't remember much of it. It's like a dream that's fading the more I try to catch it. She didn't believe me. I could see it in the way her eyes narrowed, the way she searched my face for the man she used to know. But she saw the exhaustion in my posture, the way my hands wouldn't stop shaking, and she chose to let it go. For now. "You need to sleep," she said, "and a shower. You smell like an old cellar." "I smell like pine," I corrected her, and we both froze. The word hung in the air. Pine. It was a trigger. It was a scent. It was a memory. "I'll get the towels," she said quickly, sensing the shift in the atmosphere. As she walked toward the bathroom, I looked at the television. It was on a news channel, muted. The ticker was still moving. Casualties in Times Square remain at 0. Witnesses report hallucinatory effects. Psychologists suggest mass psychogenic illness. I closed my eyes. Mass psychogenic illness. That was what they would call it. The human mind's desperate attempt to categorize the impossible. They would find a way to make the forest fit into a textbook. They would turn the whispers into a symptom and the wooden men into a metaphor. I went to the bathroom and stripped off my clothes. I stood under the spray of the water, turning the heat up until it scalded my skin. I scrubbed myself with a loofah until I was raw, trying to wash away the phantom sensation of bark and sap. I watched the dirt and the grime swirl down the drain, a dark vortex that seemed to lead back to the center of the earth. When I stepped out, the mirror was fogged over. I reached out a hand to wipe it away, but I stopped. On the surface of the steam, a single word had been traced. "18." I felt the blood drain from my face. I looked around the small, tiled room. The door was locked. The window was shut. Sarah was in the kitchen. I could hear the clink of a spoon against a ceramic mug. I looked back at the mirror. The word was fading as the steam condensed into droplets. It looked like it had been written by a finger, my finger. No, the height was wrong. The slant was wrong. I wiped the mirror clean with a towel. My reflection looked back at me, pale and haunted. "It's just the heat," I told myself. "It's just a residual thought, a hallucination." But as I dressed in the clean clothes Sarah had left for me, a pair of sweatpants and a t-shirt, I noticed something on the floor. A single yellow tulip petal. It was fresh, it was vibrant, it was exactly the same shade as the flowers Sarah had been holding in the square. I picked it up, it felt real, it felt soft, but when I squeezed it between my thumb and forefinger, it didn't bruise, it didn't exude moisture, it crumbled into a fine gray ash that smelled of burnt ozone. I walked out into the kitchen. Sarah was standing by the stove, pouring tea into 2 mugs. She looked up and smiled, a tentative, hopeful expression. Better, she asked. Much, I said, sitting at the small wooden table. The table, I looked at the grain of the wood. It was oak. It was dead. It was polished and stained and nailed together, but I could feel the ghost of the tree within it. I could feel the memory of the sun and the rain that had built it. Elias, Sarah said, sitting across from me. You're staring again. Sorry, it's a lot to take in, being back. I made chamomile. It'll help you sleep. I took the mug. The warmth was comforting, but my mind was racing. The word on the mirror, the petal, the forest wasn't gone. It had just changed tactics. It was no longer trying to pull me in. It was trying to bleed out into my world. It was using me as a conduit, a bridge between the silence of the basin and the noise of the city. Sarah, I said, my voice low, did you buy tulips today? She paused, the mug halfway to her lips. Tulips? No, why? I thought I saw some in the square. I wasn't in the square today, Elias, she said, her brow furrowing. I was at work. I didn't leave my desk until I got your call. I came straight here. The world tilted. You weren't in Times Square 2 hours ago. No, I told you, I've been trying to reach you for months. I haven't seen you since before you left. I looked at her. I looked at the sweater she was wearing, my sweater. Then who was I talking to on the phone? I asked, who was standing at the flower stall. Sarah set her mug down. Her face was pale. Elias, what are you talking about? You didn't call me until you were back at your apartment. We haven't spoken. I haven't seen you. I reached for my phone, but I realized I had dropped it in the apartment of the simulation. My pockets were empty. I saw you, I whispered. I felt your pulse. I heard your voice. Elias, you're exhausted. You've been through a trauma. Your brain is trying to fill in the gaps. She reached across the table to take my hand, but I pulled away. Don't, I said. What's wrong? The sweater, I said. I didn't leave that here. I took it with me. I was wearing it when I went into the woods. It was in my pack. Sarah looked down at the gray wool. She touched the sleeve. No, you left it. I found it on the back of the chair the day after you left. I've been wearing it because it felt like you. I stood up, the chair scraping harshly against the floor. The sound echoed. It echoed once. It echoed twice. It echoed 3 times. The sound didn't stop. It kept echoing, a rhythmic, metallic scraping that seemed to be coming from the walls, from the floor, from the very air itself. Elias, Sarah asked. Her voice was distorting. It was becoming deeper, more resonant. I looked at her face. It was shifting. Her eyes were widening. Her skin was smoothing out into a featureless porcelain mask. 21, she said. The kitchen dissolved. The table turned into a fallen log. The mugs turned into hollowed-out stones. The walls of the apartment peeled away like old wallpaper, revealing the dark, wet trunks of the Blackwood Basin. I wasn't in the city. I had never left the mechanical room. I was still rooted. My legs were deep in the concrete and the soil. The apartment had been a dream within a dream, a final, desperate attempt by the forest to keep me compliant while it finished the integration. I looked down at my hands. They were no longer flesh. They were gnarled, gray branches tipped with sharp, budding thorns. 22, the ranger said. He was standing in the doorway of the mechanical room. He wasn't a ghost anymore. He was solid. He was wearing the charcoal gray suit. He looked like me, but better. He looked like the version of me that Sarah would have wanted. You almost had it, he said. His voice was a perfect harmony of 1,000 voices. You almost convinced yourself that you could just walk away, that the world was just a place where things happen and then stop happening. It's not real, I choked out. My throat was full of sawdust. None of it is real. Define real, the ranger said, stepping closer. Is the pain real? Is the memory of her real? If the forest can recreate her perfectly, down to the last atom of her scent, then what is the difference? The difference is the spark, I said, the silence. The silence is just a lack of data, the ranger countered, and we are filling it. We are the library of everything that has ever been uttered. We are the archive of the wind and the rain. Why would you want to be a single, dying man when you can be the memory of the world? Because the memory isn't the thing, I said. The echo isn't the sound. I looked at the Sarah standing next to him. She wasn't a person. She was a puppet, a collection of my own desires and guilts shaped into a familiar form. 23, the Sarah puppet said. I realized then what the count was. It wasn't a timer. It wasn't a countdown to an explosion. It was a frequency. The forest was trying to find the resonance of my soul. It was testing different numbers, different vibrations, seeing which one would make me shatter, which one would make me finally give up the ghost and become a vessel. 20 had been the number of my defiance. 21 had been the number of my false hope. 24, I said. I took the count away from them. I reclaimed the rhythm. 25. I began to vibrate, not with fear, but with a deliberate, focused intent. I leaned into the wood of my body. I felt the sap flowing through my veins, the deep, slow pulse of the earth. I didn't fight the connection anymore. I used it. If I was a part of the forest, then the forest was a part of me. I reached out with my mind, following the network of roots. I felt the other trees. I felt the ranger. I felt the Sarah puppet. I felt the millions of stolen whispers stored in the throat of the basin. It was a vast, cold, and lonely place. It was a machine that had forgotten its purpose. It was a recorder that didn't know how to stop. 26, I said, and the mechanical room shook. The concrete floor cracked. The fans stopped spinning. The sap on the walls began to flow backward, retreating into the cracks in the masonry. What are you doing? The ranger asked. For the first time, his voice held a note of genuine uncertainty. I'm changing the channel, I said. I didn't visualize a city. I didn't visualize Sarah. I visualized the one thing the forest couldn't understand. I visualized the end. Not a death, not a silence, but a completion. A sound that doesn't need an echo because it says everything at once. 27. The light in the room shifted from green to a blinding, colorless white. The ranger began to fray at the edges, his suit turning into smoke, his face dissolving into a static of 1,000 different people. 28. The Sarah puppet vanished. She didn't scream. She just ceased to be, like a candle being blown out. 29. I felt my own consciousness expanding. I was no longer Elia's. I was the wind in the needles. I was the rot in the soil. I was the bird's three-note call. I was the ranger's first cigarette. I was the sound of the yellow tulips hitting the gray sidewalk. I was the forest. And because I was the forest, I could make it stop. 30. I didn't say the number. I thought it. I felt it in every cell of my wooden being. The count stopped. The mechanical room, the basin, the trees, the whispers, they all compressed into a single, infinitesimal point of existence. And then there was a great release. It wasn't an explosion, it was a sigh. I woke up for the third time. I was lying on my back. The ground was hard and cold. I could smell damp earth and decaying leaves. I didn't move. I didn't open my eyes. I just listened. I heard the wind. It was a soft, erratic, hushing sound. It didn't repeat. I heard a stream nearby. The water was bubbling over rocks, a chaotic, unpatterned melody. I heard my own breath. It was shallow and ragged. I opened my eyes. I was in the Blackwood Basin, but it was different. The trees were still there, but they looked tired. Their leaves were brown and curled at the edges. The sap was no longer glowing. The air didn't feel heavy with expectation. I sat up. My body was my own. I was wearing my hiking gear, torn and filthy. My hands were human, though my fingernails were broken and bleeding. I looked at my watch. The glass was cracked, the hands frozen at 12 o'clock. I stood up, my legs trembling. I looked around for the mechanical room, for the entrance to the throat, but there was nothing but a shallow depression in the ground, filled with stagnant water and dead ferns. I began to walk. I didn't count my steps. I didn't look for patterns. I just moved toward where I thought the sun was rising. I walked for hours. The forest was silent, but it was a natural silence. It was the silence of a place that had been emptied out. I reached the trailhead as the sun was hitting its zenith. My car was there. It was covered in a thick layer of dust and fallen needles. A vine had started to grow around the front tire, but it was a normal vine, green, flexible, and mindless. I got into the car. I didn't look in the mirror. I didn't want to see who was looking back. I drove out of the mountains, down into the valleys, toward the city. I didn't go to my apartment. I didn't go to Sarah. I went to a small, nondescript park on the edge of the suburbs. I sat on a bench and watched the children play. I watched the dogs chase balls. I watched the old men play chess. It was a symphony of the ordinary. A man sat down on the bench next to me. He was reading a newspaper. He looked like everyone and no one. "Nice day," he said, without looking up. I waited. I waited for the echo. I waited for the counts. "Yes," I said, "it is." He turned the page of his newspaper. The sound of the paper crinkling was sharp and clear. "You look like you've been through it, friend," he said. "I have," I said. "Well," he said, folding his paper and standing up, "the good thing about being through it is that you're on the other side now." He walked away, his footsteps fading into the distance. I stayed on the bench until the sun went down. I watched the shadows lengthen. I watched the lights of the city flicker on, one by one. I reached into my pocket and found the stone, the small, smooth stone. I held it up to the light of a street lamp. It wasn't a stone. It was a seed, a small, dark, perfectly symmetrical seed. I looked at it for a long time. I thought about the fire. I thought about the count. I thought about the man in the charcoal suit. And then I did the only thing I could do. I stood up, walked to a patch of fresh, dark earth near a rose bush, and I pressed the seed deep into the ground. I didn't do it because I wanted the forest to return. I didn't do it because I was a vessel. I did it because every sound needs a place to land. Every echo needs a home. I walked away, back toward the city, back toward Sarah, back toward the beautiful, messy, uncounted noise of being alive. And behind me, in the dark, the earth settled. 1, 2, 3. The count didn't matter anymore. I was the one who was counting, and I chose to stop. The hum of the city should have been a comfort, but it felt like a thin veil stretched over an abyss. I drove toward Sarah's apartment, my hands gripping the steering wheel so hard the plastic groaned. Every red light was a test. Every pedestrian crossing the street was a potential shadow, a flicker of movement that might resolve into a charcoal suit if I looked too closely. I kept my eyes on the asphalt, on the oil stains and the discarded gum, the mundane grit of a world that didn't know how to whisper. When I reached her building, I sat in the car for a long time. The engine ticked as it cooled, a rhythmic metallic sound. Tick, tick, tick. I forced myself to count the heartbeats between the ticks, breaking the meter. I wouldn't let the forest set the pace. Not anymore. I climbed the stairs. The carpet was a dull, industrial blue smelling of vacuum dust and lemon floor wax. It was a wonderful, synthetic smell. I knocked on her door, my knuckles raw from the basin, and waited. The door swung open. Sarah stood there, wearing a bathrobe, her hair damp from a shower. She looked at me, and for a terrifying second, I looked for the seam in her reality. I looked for the porcelain sheen of the puppet or the yellow petal of the simulation, but she just looked tired. She looked human. Yelia's, she breathed. Her voice didn't echo. It was soft, muffled by the hallway carpet. You're back, for real this time. For real, I said. My voice felt like it was climbing out of a well. She didn't ask where I'd been. She didn't ask why I smelled like wood smoke and old rain. She just pulled me inside and wrapped her arms around me. Her skin was warm. Her heart was a frantic, uneven thrum against my chest. It was the most beautiful, unpatterned thing I had ever felt. I had the strangest dream, she whispered into my shoulder. I dreamt I was in a square, holding flowers, and I saw you, but you weren't you. You were a ghost. I stiffened. The forest hadn't just used my memories, it had reached into hers. It was a bridge that worked both ways. It's okay, I said, stroking her hair. The dream is over. We're awake now. But as I held her, my gaze drifted to the window. The city skyline was a jagged jaw of glass and steel. Beyond it, far to the north, the dark bulk of the mountains sat like a bruise against the twilight. I knew the Blackwood Basin was still there. I knew the throat was still open, even if I had collapsed the mechanical room of my own mind. That night's sleep was a battlefield. I dreamt of the ranger. He wasn't standing in a forest or a basement. He was sitting at the foot of our bed, his face a static-filled void. He wasn't threatening me. He was just waiting. He held a clipboard made of birch bark, and he was checking off names. 29, he whispered in the dream. You stopped at 30, Elias, but the forest doesn't stop. It just pauses to catch its breath. I woke up screaming, drenched in sweat. Sarah was shaking me, her face tight with alarm. Elias, stop. You're saying numbers. You're just saying numbers over and over. I pushed her away, stumbling toward the bathroom. I splashed cold water on my face, staring into the mirror. This time there was no steam, no writing, just my own reflection, gaunt and hollow-eyed. I looked at my throat, expecting to see bark, but there was only skin. I stayed in the bathroom for an hour, sitting on the edge of the tub. I realized then that the great release hadn't been a victory. It had been a parley. I had traded my compliance for a temporary reprieve. The seed I had planted in the park, it wasn't an act of closure. It was a payment. The forest was a collector. It collected whispers, memories, and lives, and I had given it a part of myself to buy my way out, but a part of the forest had come with me. Over the next week, the symptoms of the world began to change. It started with the birds. In the park near Sarah's, the sparrows stopped chirping their usual songs. Instead, they began to mimic the sounds of the city with haunting precision. One morning, I heard a robin perfectly recreate the sound of a car alarm. Another afternoon, a crow imitated the sound of a woman crying for help. The people didn't notice. They were too busy, too wrapped up in the mass psychogenic illness the news was still talking about. But I noticed. I saw the way the trees in the city park seemed to lean toward the sidewalk when I walked past. I saw the way the shadows in the subway stations lingered a second too long after the trains departed. I tried to return to my life. I went back to the office, a sterile environment of cubicles and fluorescent lights. My boss, a man named Henderson who smelled of expensive coffee and desperation, sat me down in his glass-walled office. "We were worried, Elias," he said, his eyes scanning my face. 3 months is a long time to be off the grid. The police were involved. We thought, well, we didn't know what to think. I got lost. I repeated the lie. It felt heavier now. I needed to clear my head. "Right, well, we've held your position, but you'll need to undergo a psychological evaluation. Company policy after a traumatic disappearance." I nodded, watching his mouth move. As he talked, I noticed something on his desk. It was a small wooden carving of an owl. It was a cheap thing, probably picked up at a tourist trap, but as Henderson spoke, the owl's head turned, just a fraction of an inch. Its glass eyes seemed to lock onto mine. 31, a voice whispered in the back of my mind. It wasn't the ranger, it was the owl. I stood up abruptly, knocking over my chair. "I can't be here," I said. "Lilia's, is everything all right?" I didn't answer. I bolted from the office, the sound of my own footsteps echoing in the hallway. Clack, clack, clack. The rhythm was perfect, too perfect. I ran into the stairwell, skipping steps, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I burst out onto the street, the midday sun blinding me. The noise of the city hit me like a physical blow. The sirens, the shouting, the construction. It was a cacophony. It was supposed to be my shield. But then the noise shifted. The jackhammer on the corner changed its beat. The sirens modulated their pitch. The shouting of the crowd began to synchronize. Within seconds, the entire street was pulsing with a single, unified sound. It was the sound of a heavy, metallic door being dragged across concrete. The mechanical room. I clutched my ears, collapsing to my knees on the sidewalk. People swerved around me, their faces blurred, their voices merging into the great, grinding roar of the forest. "Stop it," I yelled. "I gave you what you wanted. I planted the seed." The noise cut out instantly. The silence that followed was worse. It wasn't the silence of the city. It was the pressurized, expectant silence of the basin. I looked up. The people on the street had stopped moving. Every single one of them was looking at me. The businessman with the briefcase, the teenager with the headphones, the woman pushing a stroller. They were all frozen, their expressions neutral, their eyes vacant. Then, in unison, they spoke. The seed is not enough, Elias. The voice was a composite of 100 different tones, a choir of the mundane. What do you want? I screamed, my voice cracking. We want the library to be complete, the crowd said. The ranger was the keeper of the woods, but the woods have grown. We need a keeper of the stone, a keeper of the glass, a keeper of the whispers that live in the wires. I looked at the woman closest to me. Her skin began to ripple, the texture changing from flesh to something that looked like weathered plywood. Her eyes turned to knots of dark wood. You didn't escape, she said, her voice now sounding like Sarah's. You just expanded the perimeter. I backed away, stumbling into the street. A bus was barreling toward me, but it didn't honk. It didn't brake. The driver was staring straight ahead, his hands frozen on the wheel, his face already turning gray and bark-like. I dove out of the way, rolling onto the pavement. The bus passed, the sound of its engine replaced by the rushing of a mountain stream. I scrambled to my feet and ran. I didn't go home. I couldn't lead them to Sarah. I ran toward the park where I had planted the seed. I had to dig it up. I had to destroy it before it took root. The park was empty now, bathed in the sickly orange light of the setting sun. I found the rosebush. The earth was disturbed, but there was no sign of the seed. I began to dig with my bare hands, tearing through the mulch and the dirt. Looking for this. I froze. I looked up. The ranger was sitting on the park bench. He wasn't wearing the charcoal suit anymore. He was wearing my clothes, the exact clothes I was wearing right now, the torn hiking gear, the stained shirt. He even had the same blood under his fingernails. He was holding a small, vibrant sapling. It was barely 6 inches tall, but its leaves were translucent, pulsing with a faint, bioluminescent light. It's a fast grower, the ranger said. He sounded exactly like me. Not a mimicry, but a perfect duplicate. The soil here is rich, so much grief, so much noise to feed on. Give it to me, I said, my voice trembling. Why, it's your legacy, Elias. You're the one who brought the basin to the city. You're the one who realized that the forest isn't a place, it's a state of being. He stood up, the sapling cradled in his hands. The ranger of the woods is dead. He was an old dream, a relic of the charcoal age, but the ranger of the city, he's something new. He walked toward me and I realized I couldn't move. My feet were heavy. I looked down. My shoes were gone. My toes had elongated, turning into pale, fibrous roots that were already burrowing through the asphalt of the park path. No, I whispered, not again. Not again, the ranger agreed. This is the first time, the only time. He reached out and touched my forehead. His touch was cold, like wet stone. 32, he said. The world didn't dissolve this time. It didn't turn into a forest. Instead, the city began to integrate. The skyscrapers grew branches of copper wire. The streetlights blossomed into glowing, predatory flowers. The pavement softened into a layer of synthetic moss. I felt my consciousness splintering. I wasn't losing myself. I was becoming too much. I was the data flowing through the fiber optic cables. I was the whispers in the cell towers. I was the secret thoughts of the millions of people sleeping in the apartments around me. I saw Sarah. She was in her kitchen, pouring a glass of water. She paused, looking toward the window. She couldn't see me, but she felt the shift. She felt the silence of the city changing into something else. Lilias, she whispered. I wanted to answer her. I wanted to tell her to run, but my mouth was full of the taste of electricity and ozone. 33, I thought. I wasn't counting my defiance anymore. I was counting the expansion. The ranger smiled. He merged into me, his form dissolving into mine until there was only one of us standing in the center of the park. I looked at my hands. They were human. They were wooden. They were made of glass and light. I sat down on the bench. I picked up the discarded newspaper. The headlines were already changing. The ink was swirling, forming new words, new patterns. The forest that repeated whispers is now the city that never forgets. I looked at the person walking past, a jogger, sweating and panting. Nice night, I said. The jogger stopped. He looked at me, and I saw his eyes flicker. I saw the moment the frequency hit him. Nice night, he repeated. He didn't move on. He sat down on the bench next to me. 34, he said. 34, I replied. We sat there together, two nodes in a growing network, watching the lights of the new world flicker to life. The whispers were no longer far away in a mountain basin. They were here, in the heart of the noise, repeating, growing, and waiting for the next number. The city breathed. It was a deep, slow, rhythmic sound. And for the first time in 3 months, I wasn't afraid of the count. I was the count. The weight of the bench beneath me felt different now. It wasn't just wood and iron. It was an extension of the root system I had anchored into the municipal soil. I could feel the subway trains rumbling 3 levels below, not as vibrations in the air, but as tectonic shifts in my own marrow. Each passenger on those trains was a sparking neuron, their hurried thoughts, rent, groceries, heartbreak, ambition, bleeding into the collective frequency I now moderated. The jogger beside me didn't look at me again. He didn't need to. Our breathing had fallen into a perfect, terrifying synchronicity. In, out, 4 seconds, hold, 4 seconds, release. The park around us was transitioning. The rose bushes hadn't just grown, they had reconfigured. Their thorns were now serrated like jagged shards of green glass, and their blooms didn't smell of floral sweetness. They smelled of ozone and wet copper. I looked down at the newspaper in my lap. The ink was still migrating, the letters crawling across the newsprint like a colony of frantic ants. They were forming a map. It wasn't a map of the city streets as they appeared on a GPS, but a map of the city's nervous system. I saw the power lines, the sewer mains, the hidden vaults where the fiber optic cables pulsed with the frantic light of 1 billion redirected whispers. The signal is weak in the West End, the jogger said. His voice was flat, devoid of the jagged edges of human exhaustion. The concrete there is too thick, too much lead in the old pipes. It will find a way, I heard myself say. My voice didn't sound like mine anymore. It sounded like the hum of a transformer. The water carries the echo. The lead just makes it resonate longer. I stood up. My legs felt long, unnaturally sturdy. As I walked away from the bench, I didn't leave footprints in the dirt. I left impressions of static. Every step I took sent a ripple through the grass, the blades turning silver as I passed, then dulling back to a bruised purple. I needed to see Sarah, not because I loved her. That emotion was becoming a distant, flickering candle in a hurricane of data, but because she was a loose thread. She was the only person who remembered the Elias who had walked into the woods. She was a point of resistance, a memory of a world that was uncounted. As I walked toward her apartment, the city transformed in my wake. The streetlights didn't just illuminate the pavement, they scanned it. The beams of light were tighter, more focused, clicking as they tracked the movement of stray cats and late-night commuters. The brickwork of the buildings seemed to soften, the mortar becoming a dark, resinous sap that bound the structures into a single, contiguous organism. I reached her building and didn't use the stairs. I didn't need to. I stepped into the elevator and the machine knew. It didn't wait for me to press a button. The cables groaned with a sound like wind through pine needles, and the car rose with a sickening, fluid grace. When the doors opened on her floor, the hallway was different. The industrial blue carpet was gone. In its place was a thick, springy layer of pine needles, though they were made of blue nylon. The smell of lemon wax had been replaced by the sharp, stinging scent of turpentine. I knocked. 1, 2, 3. The door opened. Sarah didn't look at me this time. She was staring at the wall behind me. The walls are talking, Elias, she whispered. She was holding a kitchen knife, but her grip was loose, her knuckles white. They're telling me about the fire. They're telling me about the trees that grew in the basement. It's just the wind, Sarah, I said. It was the old lie, the human lie. It felt thin on my tongue. No, she said, finally meeting my eyes. Her pupils were blown wide, reflecting the flickering fluorescent light of the hallway. The wind doesn't count. The wind doesn't stop at 30. I stepped into the apartment. The air was thick, pressurized. I could see the vibrations of her voice hanging in the air like dust motes. Every word she spoke left a visible trail of sound. I came to bring you into the count, I said. She backed away, her heels clicking on the hardwood floor. Click, click. The sound echoed, multiplying until it sounded like 1,000 clocks ticking in a small room. You're not him, she sobbed. You're a husk. You're just a recording. I am the library, Sarah. I am the archive of everything you've ever said to me. Every I love you, every good night, every where are you. It's all here. It's safe. It's being kept. I reached out for her, my fingers elongated, the skin shimmering like oil on water. I didn't want to hurt her. I wanted to archive her. I wanted to turn her fear into a permanent, beautiful frequency that would never fade. 35, I whispered. She screamed, and the sound was magnificent. It was a jagged, soaring note that shattered the glass in the kitchen cabinets. I caught the sound. I felt it vibrate through my palms, settling into the marrow of my arms. I filed it away between the sound of the ranger's footsteps and the crackle of the mountain fire. Stop it, she shrieked, swinging the knife. The blade sank into my forearm. There was no blood. There was only a puff of gray ash and the sound of a dry branch snapping. I didn't feel pain. I felt a data entry. Subject Sarah, action, resistance. Result, harmonic distortion. I pulled the knife from my arm. The wound closed instantly, the skin knitting back together in a pattern of concentric circles, like the rings of a tree. You don't understand, I said, my voice now coming from every corner of the room simultaneously. The city is the forest now. There is no outside. There is no away. There is only the repetition. I moved toward her, and the floorboards rose up to meet my feet, molding themselves to my stride. The walls began to pulse with a low-frequency thrum, the wallpaper peeling back to reveal the dark, pulsing veins of the building's new biology. Sarah retreated to the balcony. She looked out over the city, and I saw her face go pale. The skyline was gone. In its place was a canopy of steel and glass, the skyscrapers leaning toward each other until their roofs touched, forming a vast, shimmering ceiling over the streets. The lights of the cars below were like fireflies trapped in a jar, moving in perfect, geometric patterns. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" I asked, standing beside her. "It's a tomb," she whispered. "A tomb is just a place where things are kept so they won't be forgotten. This is the ultimate memory. Nothing is lost here, not a single whisper." I looked down at the street. I saw the man from the park, the one with the newspaper. He was standing on the sidewalk, looking up at us. He waved. It wasn't a human wave. It was a rhythmic oscillation of his entire arm, timed to the blinking of the streetlights. "36," he shouted. "36," the city replied. I turned back to Sarah. She was looking at the knife in her hand, then at the drop from the balcony. "Don't," I said. "If you fall, you'll just become a sound on the pavement. I'll have to record that, too. Wouldn't you rather stay whole?" "I'm not a sound, Elias. I'm a person." "A person is just a temporary arrangement of noise," I said. "I'm offering you permanence." She looked at me, and for a second, I saw a flicker of the man I used to be in the reflection of her eyes. I saw the Elias who liked his coffee black, who hated Mondays, who loved the way she laughed when she was tired. That Elias was a ghost, a whisper that had been repeated so many times it had lost its meaning. "I'm going to jump," she said, her voice steady now. "You can't," I said. "The air is too thick. The forest won't let you fall." She didn't believe me. She stepped onto the railing and threw herself into the void. She didn't fall. The air beneath her thickened, the molecules of the city's new atmosphere knitting together to form a transparent, gelatinous web. She hung there, suspended 10 stories above the street, her limbs splayed out as if she were underwater. She struggled, her movements slow and lethargic. Her screams were muffled, the sound being absorbed by the web and converted into a low, steady hum. 37, I said, watching her. I stepped off the balcony. I didn't fall either. I walked across the air, my feet clicking on the invisible lattice of the city's breath. I reached her and placed a hand on her cheek. She was crying, but the tears didn't fall. They stayed on her skin, turning into small, hard pearls of amber. "You're part of the collection now, Sarah. You're the centerpiece." I felt a surge of satisfaction, a cold, mathematical joy. The library was growing. The basin was no longer a wound in the mountains. It was a skin that was wrapping itself around the world. But as I held her, a new sound began to filter through the network. It wasn't a whisper. It wasn't an echo. It was a hum, a high-pitched, discordant whine that didn't fit the meter. It was coming from the center of the city, from the very spot where I had planted the seed. I turned my head, my senses extending toward the park. The sapling hadn't just grown, it had mutated. It was no longer a tree, it was a spire of pure white noise. It was drawing in the energy of the city, but it wasn't archiving it. It was consuming it. The ranger, the duplicate of me, was standing at the base of the spire. He looked small, diminished. His form was flickering, the static of his existence being pulled into the white light. "Error," the network whispered, "corruption in the roots." I felt a pang of something like fear, the seed I had planted. It hadn't been a gift to the forest. I realized then what I had done in my subconscious. I hadn't planted a seed of the forest. I had planted a seed of the fire. The fire that had burned the basin. The fire that had tried to reset the count. I had brought the cure and the plague into the same house. The white spire pulsed, and a wave of silence washed over the city. It wasn't the silence of the woods. It was the silence of a blank tape, a total erasure. Where the wave hit, the copper branches of the skyscrapers dissolved into ash. The glowing flowers of the streetlights winked out. The people standing in the streets, the nodes, simply vanished, leaving behind nothing but a faint smell of smoke. 38, the ranger's voice crackled through the network. He sounded terrified. Elias, stop it. You're breaking the record. I'm not doing it, I said, though I knew I was. My heart, the one that was supposed to be a tree knot, was beating with a frantic human heat. The fire was inside me. It had been all along. The wave of erasure was moving fast, eating its way through the blue nylon needles of the hallway, dissolving the amber pearls on Sarah's cheeks. Sarah, I grabbed her, pulling her back toward the balcony, but she was already beginning to fade. Her hand in mine felt like sand. The Count, she whispered, her voice thinning. Elias, make it stop. The white light hit us. I expected to die. I expected to be erased, to have every whisper I had ever collected burned out of my soul. But as the light swallowed me, the counting stopped. There was no 39. There was only a vast, empty space, a white room with no walls and no floor. I was standing there alone. I was human again. My hands were flesh. My heart was a messy, uneven thrum. I looked around. There was no city, no forest, no Sarah. And then I heard it. A footstep. One. I turned. A man was walking toward me. He wasn't the ranger. He wasn't the man in the charcoal suit. He was an old man, dressed in a simple, tattered flannel shirt and jeans. He carried a small wooden box. "Who are you?" I asked. "I'm the one who started the count," he said. His voice was gravelly, ancient, and I'm the one who's been waiting for someone to finish it. He held out the box. "What's in there?" "The first whisper," he said, "the one that started the forest, the one that was so loud it needed a world to hold it." I looked at the box. I could hear it, a faint, muffled sound like a heartbeat heard through a wall. "I don't want it," I said. "You have to take it, Elias. The fire didn't destroy the city. It just cleared the slate. You're the only one left who knows the numbers. You're the only one who can decide what comes next." "I want it to be quiet," I said. "I want it to be over." The old man smiled sadly. "Nothing is ever over, son. It just changes frequency. You can have your silence, but it won't be empty. It'll just be a different kind of counting." He opened the box. I didn't see what was inside. I only felt it. It was a word, a single human word. And as it hit me, the white room shattered. I woke up. I was lying on the floor of my apartment. The sun was coming through the window, the real sun, yellow and warm. I could hear the sounds of the city outside, a car horn, a dog barking, a neighbor shouting at their kids. It was a mess. It was chaos. It was uncoordinated. I sat up, my head throbbing. I looked at my hands. They were shaking. "Sarah," I called out. There was no answer. I ran to the kitchen. It was empty. I ran to the bedroom. Empty. I went to the balcony and looked out. The city was there, the real city. The skyscrapers were just buildings. The streetlights were just lights. But then I saw it. In the park across the street, in the middle of the green grass, there was a single black patch of scorched earth. And standing in the center of that patch was a child. A little girl, no more than 5 years old. She was looking up at my balcony. She raised her hand and waved. And then she spoke. The sound didn't come from the street. It came from inside my own head. 39, she said. I gripped the railing, my knuckles turning white. No, I whispered, it's over. I burned it. The girl smiled. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small, smooth stone. She held it up to the light. It wasn't a stone. It was a seed. And as she pressed it into the scorched earth, I felt the first vibration of a new count. 40. The forest wasn't gone. It had just learned how to hide in the silence. I walked back into my apartment and closed the door. I sat down in the dark and waited. I didn't count, I didn't whisper. I just listened to the city breathe. And somewhere, deep in the marrow of the world, the echo began to find its home. The silence of my apartment was not the silence I had known before the mountain. It wasn't the absence of sound. It was a held breath, a predatory pause. I sat on the edge of my bed, my hands resting on my knees, watching the dust motes dance in the shafts of the morning sun. They didn't move randomly. They drifted in slow, recursive loops, tracing the outlines of shapes that weren't there, the phantom geometry of the web that had briefly turned the city into a hive. I looked at my forearm where the knife had sunk into the ash. The skin was smooth, unblemished, yet when I pressed my thumb against the flesh, I didn't feel the give of muscle. I felt something denser, like the packed rings of a petrified log. The transition hadn't been undone. It had merely been camouflaged. I was a Trojan horse of the forest, standing in the middle of a reconstruction I didn't believe in. Sarah, I called out again, my voice cracking. The word didn't echo, it didn't ripple, it just fell flat against the drywall. I stood up and walked to the kitchen, my movements stiff. On the counter sat a half-empty cup of coffee from 3 months ago. It should have been a forest of mold, a miniature ecosystem of decay. Instead, the liquid was clear, as black and still as a mountain pool. I touched the ceramic rim. It was cold, but the liquid inside hummed. I dumped it into the sink. The sound of the splashing water was too loud, a chaotic roar that set my teeth on edge. I needed to find her. If the white light had reset the world, she had to be somewhere. But the girl in the park, the one with the stone, she was the anchor. If she was counting, then the reset was a lie. It was just a seasonal shift, a shedding of old bark to make room for a more resilient growth. I left the apartment without locking the door. Locks felt absurd now. You can't lock out a frequency. The hallway of the apartment building was back to its drab, industrial self. The blue nylon needles were gone, replaced by the stained, beige carpet I remembered. But as I walked toward the elevator, I noticed the pattern in the fabric. The swirls and floral motifs weren't just decorative. If you looked at them from the right angle, they formed the same serrated edges as the rose bushes in the park. I took the stairs this time. I didn't trust the elevator's grace. Outside, the city was waking up in earnest. The cacophony was a physical assault. The screech of bus brakes, the rhythmic thud of a jackhammer 3 blocks over, the overlapping chatter of 100 different conversations. To a normal man, it was just the city. To me, it was a choir out of tune. I could hear the gaps between the sounds, the places where the whispers were trying to slot themselves back in. I headed toward the park, toward the scorched patch of earth. My heart hammered a frantic rhythm against my ribs. 1 2 1 2, a primitive count that I couldn't silence. The park was crowded with morning commuters and dog walkers. No one seemed to notice the black circle in the grass. They walked around it instinctively, a collective subconscious avoidance that made my skin crawl. The girl was gone. In her place, a small, pale shoot had already breached the surface of the blackened soil. It wasn't green. It was the color of bone, and it vibrated with a low-frequency whine that made the air around it shimmer. 41, a voice whispered. I spun around. It was a woman on a bench feeding pigeons. She didn't look up. She just tossed a handful of crumbs, and as the birds descended, their wings flapped in a perfect, synchronized beat. Flap, flap, flap. Where is she? I asked, stepping toward the woman. The girl, where did she go? The woman looked at me then. Her eyes were a dull, flat gray, like the surface of a lead pipe. She went to the water, the woman said. The roots need to drink before the sun gets too high. What water? The reservoir. The woman smiled, and for a second her teeth looked like rows of small, white pebbles. The water that remembers Elias, the water that flows under the streets. You know the way. You felt the trains. I backed away from her. The pigeons took flight all at once, a sudden explosion of gray feathers that formed a perfect circle in the sky before dispersing. I started to run, not away from the park, but toward the west end, toward the place where the jogger had said the signal was weak. If there was a resistance, if there was a place where the concrete was still just concrete, it would be there. Maybe Sarah had found it. Maybe she was hiding in the lead pipes and the thick walls, waiting for the static to clear. As I ran, the city began to distort again, but differently this time. It wasn't the fluid, organic growth of the night before. It was more mechanical, more desperate. The traffic lights flickered in binary code. The digital billboards showed nothing but scrolling columns of numbers. Every person I passed seemed to be moving in a loop. A businessman checking his watch every 6 seconds. A cyclist pedaling at a constant, unvarying cadence. They were all part of the clockwork. I reached the West End an hour later. The buildings here were older, heavy stone structures with deep foundations and small windows. The air felt heavier, dampened by the weight of the masonry. I stopped in an alleyway, gasping for breath, my lungs burning with the smell of old soot and damp earth. Zara, I screamed. My voice bounced off the stone walls, echoing back to me with a strange, metallic tint. Sarah, if you can hear me, don't answer with a number. Just scream. Just make a noise that doesn't fit. I waited. The silence of the alley was thick, almost gelatinous. Then from the basement window of a dilapidated brownstone, I heard a sound. It wasn't a scream. It was a hum, a soft, melodic vibration that sounded like someone humming a lullaby to a child. I knelt by the window, peering through the grime-streaked glass. The basement was dark, filled with the silhouettes of old crates and discarded furniture. In the center of the room, sitting on a pile of moth-eaten blankets, was Sarah. She looked small, her hair was matted and her clothes were torn, but her eyes, they weren't blown wide anymore. They were focused, intense. She was holding something in her lap, stroking it with a rhythmic, obsessive motion. Sarah, I whispered, tapping on the glass. She didn't look up, she kept humming. I looked closer at what she was holding. It wasn't a doll or a book. It was a piece of the white spire, a jagged shard of translucent material that pulsed with a faint, milky light. Sarah, let me in. We have to get out of here. The count is starting again. 41, I heard it. She stopped humming. She slowly turned her head toward the window. Her face was pale, almost translucent in the dim light. It never stopped, Elias, she said. Her voice was thin, like a wire stretched to the breaking point. The white light didn't reset anything. It just filtered out the noise. It made the signal pure. No, I said, shaking my head. I saw the old man. He gave me a choice. I chose the silence. The old man was just another whisper, she said, standing up. The shard in her hand glowed brighter. He was the part of the forest that knows how to look like a father. He gave you a word, didn't he? A single human word. I froze. The memory of the white room flooded back. The word, the one that had shattered the space and sent me back to my floor. What was the word, Elias? She asked, moving toward the window. I tried to remember. I could feel the shape of it in my mouth, the way my tongue had moved against my teeth, but the sound was gone. It had been overwritten by the city's heartbeat. Lies I don't know, I forgot. You didn't forget, she said, her face inches from the glass. It was begin. That was the word. It wasn't an end, Elias. It was a command. She pressed the shard against the glass. The pane didn't shatter. It dissolved, the glass turning into a fine silver mist that smelled of ozone. She stepped through the opening, her movements fluid and terrifyingly graceful. The forest doesn't want to repeat us anymore, she said, touching my cheek. Her fingers were cold, like river stones. It's tired of the echoes. It wants to start the new count, the one that doesn't need humans to hold the numbers. What are you talking about? The girl in the park, she isn't a child. She's the first of the new growth. She's what happens when the whisper finally understands itself. Sarah looked up at the sky. The sun was beginning to dim, though there wasn't a cloud in sight. The light was being sucked into the buildings, the glass windows acting like solar maws. We aren't the librarians anymore, Elias, she whispered. We're the fuel. She held out the shard to me. Take it. If you hold it, you can hear the real count, the one beneath the 40. I reached out, my hand trembling. As my fingers brushed the shard, the world didn't just vibrate, it tore. The alley disappeared, the brownstone vanished. I was standing on a vast, flat plain of gray ash under a sky the color of a bruised plum. In every direction, as far as the eye could see, there were spires, thousands of them, white, pulsing towers of data, connected by translucent webs that hummed with the power of a billion harnessed screams. And in the center of it all was the basin. It wasn't a mountain anymore. It was a crater, a massive, hollowed-out socket in the earth. And sitting at the bottom of the crater, growing with a terrifying, exponential speed, was a tree. It wasn't made of wood, it was made of light. Its branches reached up to the stars, and its roots sank deep into the molten core of the planet. Every time a branch grew, a number echoed through the void. 42, 43, 44. The numbers were coming faster now, a torrential downpour of mathematics that threatened to drown my consciousness. I felt my body beginning to thin, my edges blurring into the gray ash of the plain. Elias. The voice was distant, a tiny spark in the dark. I looked back. I saw a flicker of the alleyway, a ghost of the city. I saw the girl from the park. She was standing there, holding a match. The count is the cage, she shouted. Her voice was no longer a whisper. It was a roar. Break the sequence. Don't use a number. I looked at the shard in my hand. It was a piece of the cage. It was the rhythm I had been addicted to since the day I walked into the woods. I looked at Sarah. She was already gone, her form fully integrated into the white spire behind her. She was a beautiful, permanent frequency, just as I had wanted. And I hated it. I didn't want permanence. I wanted the mess. I wanted the coffee that went moldy, and the love that faded, and the words that were forgotten the moment they were spoken. I wanted the silence that was actually empty. I dropped the shard. It didn't fall to the ash. It hung in the air, defiant. I reached into my pocket. My fingers found something small and hard, a pen, a cheap plastic ballpoint pen I had carried since the city. I didn't use it to write. I used it to strike. I lunged at the shard, stabbing the plastic nib into the pulsing light. The sound it made was horrible. It was the sound of a record being scratched by a jagged nail. The frequency of the plane shattered. The white spires buckled, their geometric perfection twisting into chaotic, jagged shards. Error, the network screamed. Non-numeric input detected. The gray ash began to swirl, a hurricane of static that tore at my clothes and skin. I felt myself being pulled upward toward the bruised sky. 45, the tree in the basin roared, trying to re-establish the rhythm. No, I screamed back, blue, Tuesday, salt. I threw every random, meaningless word I could find at the count. I vomited out the chaos of a human life, the smell of rain on hot asphalt, the feeling of a hangnail, the taste of a bad apple. The numbers faltered. 4640, save. The world flickered. I saw the alley. I saw the ash. I saw the girl. I saw the ranger. They were all the same thing. They were all just facets of a single, massive consciousness that was trying to organize the universe into a list. Stop counting, I yelled, my voice tearing my throat. I grabbed the girl, the little girl who was the first of the new growth. She didn't feel like a child. She felt like a bundle of tightly wound wires. The count ends with you, I said. I didn't hurt her. I did something worse. I told her a secret. I leaned in and whispered the one thing the forest could never understand, the one thing that couldn't be archived or repeated. I told her a lie. I love you, I whispered. It was a lie because I didn't know her. It was a lie because I was using the words as a weapon. The girl's eyes went wide. The stone in her hand, the seed, turned black and crumbled into dust. Love isn't a number. It isn't a frequency. It's a paradox. It's a sound that means everything and nothing at the same time. It's the ultimate corruption of data. The girl began to scream, but the sound wasn't a note. It was a chaotic, sobbing mess of human noise. The plain of ash dissolved. The white spires melted into puddles of gray ink. I fell. I fell through the floor of the alley, through the layers of the subway, through the dark, cold earth. I woke up in the basin. The real basin. The mountains were black, charred skeletons against a gray sky. The ground was covered in a thick layer of soot. There was no fire. There was no forest. There was only the smell of cold ash and the sound of a distant, lonely wind. I was lying in the center of the clearing where the ranger's station had been. The building was gone, nothing but a foundation of cracked concrete. I sat up, my body aching with 1,000 years of exhaustion. I was alone, truly alone. No whispers, no echoes, no numbers. I looked down at my hands. They were covered in soot. I looked at the ground. There, poking through the ash near my feet, was a single green sprout. It was a real plant, a weed. It didn't vibrate, it didn't hum. It just sat there, fragile and stubborn, reaching for the dim light of the overcast sky. I reached out to touch it, then stopped. I didn't want to count it. I didn't want to name it. I just wanted to let it be. I stood up and began to walk. I didn't know which way was out. I didn't have a map. I didn't have a signal. But for the first time in a very long time, I wasn't waiting for the next number. I walked for hours, my boots crunching in the ash. The silence was absolute, and it was beautiful. It was the silence of a world that had finally stopped trying to remember itself. As the sun began to set behind the jagged peaks, I reached the edge of the burn zone. The trees here were still standing, their needles brown and brittle, but they were trees. I stepped into the shadows of the woods. Lilias. The voice was soft, barely audible over the wind. I stopped. I didn't turn around. Lilias, is that you? I closed my eyes. I knew that voice. It was Sarah. But was it the Sarah from the apartment, the Sarah from the spire, or was it just another whisper, the forest trying one last time to pull me back into the rhythm? Don't, I whispered to the empty air. Don't start again. I'm cold, Elias, please. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was warm. It had a pulse. I turned. It was her. She was covered in soot, her eyes red-rimmed and tired. She looked human. She looked broken. Are you real? I asked. She didn't answer with a number. She didn't answer with a frequency. She just reached out and hugged me, burying her face in my chest and sobbing. The sound was messy. It was loud. It was perfect. We stood there in the dying light, two ghosts in a charred world. We have to go, I said, pulling back. We have to get as far away from here as we can. Where? She asked. Somewhere loud, I said. Somewhere where nobody is listening. We started to walk, hand in hand, leaving the basin behind. But as we crossed the ridge, I looked back one last time. The moon was rising, casting a pale, silver light over the blackened valley, and there, in the center of the clearing, I saw a flicker. A small, white light. It wasn't a fire, it wasn't a spire. It was a girl. She was sitting on the foundation of the ranger's station, kicking her legs back and forth. She wasn't counting, she wasn't whispering. She was just watching us go. And as we disappeared over the ridge, I heard it, a sound so faint I might have imagined it. A single soft click. The sound of a tape recorder being turned off. I didn't look back again. I squeezed Sarah's hand and kept walking, into the dark, into the noise, into the beautiful, uncounted world. The click didn't haunt me, not at first. It was a mechanical finality that felt like a severance, a clean break from the tape reel reality of the basin. We walked until the charcoal of the burnt forest gave way to the bruised purples of a living twilight. The transition was physical. The air lost its sterile, static charge and took on the heavy, rot-sweet scent of damp cedar and pine needle. It felt thick in my lungs, a chaotic soup of organic decay that no mathematical sequence could ever fully catalog. Sarah didn't speak for miles. Her grip on my hand was spasmodic. her fingers twitching against my palm as if she were trying to relearn the tactile language of skin on skin. Every time a twig snapped under our boots, she flinched, her eyes darting to the shadows. She wasn't looking for the white spires, she was looking for the gaps. "It's too quiet," she finally whispered. Her voice was cracked, a jagged flint of sound. "Elia's the silence. It's not empty, it's waiting." "It's just the woods, Sarah," I said, though my own heart was hammering a rhythm I desperately tried to ignore. Just trees, no numbers, no repetitions. But as we crested the final ridge that overlooked the valley leading toward the interstate, I saw the lights of a distant gas station. It was a neon crucifix in the dark, humming with a flickering, sickly yellow glow. To anyone else, it was a sanctuary. To me, it was a grid point. I could see the way the light fractured against the mist, forming perfect, equidistant rays. We reached the pavement an hour later. The asphalt was cracked, weeds pushing through the fissures with a desperate, silent violence. I stood on the yellow line, looking down the long, empty throat of the highway. There were no cars, no hum of distant engines, just the wind whistling through the power lines, a long, sustained note that sounded dangerously like a flute carved from bone. "We need a car," I said, my voice sounding alien in the open space. "We need to get to the city, the real city." Sarah looked at me, her face pale under the neon hum of the gas station sign. "Which one, Elia's? The one with the beige carpets, or the one that feeds the roots?" "The one where people die," I said firmly. "The one that doesn't keep records." The gas station was abandoned, but not looted. It felt preserved, like a museum exhibit labeled Humanity, late period. The door chimed as we entered, a bright electronic ding-dong that vibrated in my teeth. I froze, waiting for the echo, waiting for the chime to repeat 40 times, but it didn't. It just faded into the hum of the refrigerated aisles. I walked to the back, past rows of colorful plastic wrappers and tinned goods. The labels were vibrant, chaotic, and blessedly unique. I grabbed a bottle of water and twisted the cap. The plastic crunched, a messy, non-repeating sound. I drank until my throat burned. Sarah was standing by the magazine rack. She wasn't reading. She was staring at a digital clock behind the counter. The red numbers were blinking. 1200, 1200, 1200. "It's stuck," she whispered. "It's a power surge," I said, stepping behind the counter. I looked for a phone, a radio, anything that connected to the wider world. There was a landline, the cord tangled like a nest of black snakes. I picked up the receiver. Dial tone, a flat, unwavering drone. I began to dial a number, any number. My fingers moved instinctively toward my mother's old house, a place that hadn't existed for 10 years. 4-1. I stopped, my finger hovered over the third digit. 4-1. The dial tone changed. It didn't break into a ring. It shifted frequency, rising into a sharp, piercing whine that made my ears bleed. I slammed the receiver down, but the sound didn't stop. It leaked out of the plastic, spilling onto the counter like invisible liquid. "Elia's," Sarah said, her voice flat. "Look at the floor." I looked down. The linoleum tiles were white with gray flecks, but the flecks were moving. They were congregating, swirling into patterns that mirrored the serrated edges of the rose bushes, the floral motifs of the hotel carpet, the geometry of the white spires. They were forming a map. The gas station wasn't an escape. It was a node. "We have to go." I grabbed her arm, pulling her toward the door. "It's everywhere, isn't it?" she asked, her voice devoid of hope. The forest didn't stay in the basin. It used us to carry the spores. Every time we remembered a detail, we planted it. I ignored her, pushing out into the night. We started walking down the highway, the white line acting as our guide. I refused to look at the stars. I knew if I looked up, I would see them arranged in a perfect crystalline lattice, a celestial abacus counting down the seconds until the next begin. A mile down the road, we saw the headlights. They were twin orbs of white fire cutting through the mist. They didn't flicker. They approached with a steady, unvarying speed. I stood in the middle of the road, waving my arms. I didn't care if it was a monster or a machine. I needed the noise of another human being. The vehicle slowed. It was an old, rusted pickup truck, the engine clattering with a beautiful, rhythmic imperfection. It hissed as it came to a halt, steam rising from the radiator in a chaotic cloud. The driver's side window rolled down. An old man leaned out. His skin was like weathered parchment, mapped with 1,000 unique wrinkles. He was chewing on a piece of hay. "Need a lift?" he asked. His voice was like gravel in a blender. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever heard. "Yes," I gasped, pulling Sarah toward the passenger door. "As far as you're going, anywhere with people." Heading toward the coast, the man said, nodding toward the back, "Hop in. Seat's a bit crowded with junk, but it'll hold ya." We scrambled into the cab. The interior smelled of tobacco, wet dog, and old Pennzoil. It was a mess of discarded fast food wrappers, tattered maps, and loose change. I ran my hand over the cracked vinyl dashboard, feeling the heat of the heater vent. It was real. It was falling apart. The man shifted gears, the transmission grinding, a harsh, discordant shriek that made me smile. We pulled away, the headlights illuminating the dark throat of the woods. "Wild night," the man said, squinting through the windshield. "Sky's been acting queer. Seen some lights over the ridge. Thought it was a forest fire, but there wasn't any smoke." "It wasn't a fire," I said, leaning my head against the glass. "Figured as much. Too white for fire. Looked like the world was getting a CAT scan." He chuckled, a dry, wheezing sound. Sarah was huddled against the door, staring at the old man's hands on the steering wheel. He had a tattoo on his forearm, a faded blue anchor. "Where are you from?" she asked him suddenly. "Nowhere you'd find on a map these days," he said. "Small town called Oakhaven. Least it used to be. Most folks moved out when the mills closed. Now it's just me and the crows." "Do the crows talk?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. The man looked at her in the rearview mirror, his eyes twinkling. "Talk? No, missy. They just scream. Same thing every morning. Loud enough to wake the dead, but they don't say much of substance." I felt a wave of relief wash over me. They don't say much of substance. That was the key. Meaningless noise, the static of existence. We drove for hours. The man talked about his wife, who had passed away 3 years ago, about his dog, who had a habit of chasing shadows, about the price of diesel and the way the rain felt before a storm. He was a fountain of trivial, unarchivable information. He was a glitch in the forest's grand design. I started to drift off, the vibration of the truck lulling me into a heavy, dreamless sleep. For the first time in weeks, my mind felt quiet. The numbers had retreated into the basement of my consciousness, locked behind a door of exhaustion. I woke up when the truck slowed down. The sun was rising, but it wasn't the white, blinding light of the basin. It was a pale, watery orange, filtered through a thick layer of coastal fog. We were in a town, a real town. I saw a diner with a neon sign that was missing the letter E. I saw a dog lifting its leg against a fire hydrant. I saw a woman in a bathrobe picking up a newspaper from her porch. "This is it," the man said, pulling over near a pier. "End of the line for me. I got a boat to check on." "Thank you," I said, reaching out to shake his hand. His palm was rough and warm. "You have no idea what you've done for us." "Just a ride, son," he said, tipping his cap. "Don't make a monument out of it." We stepped out of the truck. The air here was salt-trimmed and cold. The sound of the ocean was a constant, crashing roar, a chaotic, white noise wall that drowned out everything else. I led Sarah toward the pier, watching the waves break against the pilings. "The water," Sarah whispered, looking out at the gray expanse of the Atlantic. The woman on the bench said the roots needed to drink. "That was the other water," I said, pointing toward the horizon. "This is the ocean. It's too big to be counted. It's too old to be repeated." We sat on a wooden bench, watching the seagulls wheel and scream above the fishing boats. They didn't fly in circles. They dove and fought and scattered in 1,000 different directions. "Elias," Sarah said after a long silence, "what did you whisper to the girl before we fell?" I looked at her. Her eyes were still tired, but the flat, gray sheen was gone. She was back. "I told her something that wasn't true," I said. "I told her I loved her." Sarah looked away, out toward the waves. Was it a lie? In that moment, yes, I didn't know her. She was a manifestation of a system, but the system couldn't process the concept. It couldn't turn love into a frequency because love doesn't have a fixed value. It's a variable that changes every time you look at it. Sarah reached out and took my hand. This time her grip was steady. Maybe it wasn't a lie. Maybe you were just talking to the part of us that's still in there, the part the forest was trying to copy. I didn't answer. I couldn't. We stayed there for a long time, letting the salt spray crust on our skin. The town began to wake up around us. A truck delivered crates of ice to the fish market. A group of teenagers walked by, laughing at a joke I didn't hear. A car alarm went off 3 blocks away, a rhythmic, annoying sound that eventually stopped. It was perfect. "I'm hungry," Sarah said. It was the most human thing she had said in days. I smiled, feeling a strange, fluttery sensation in my chest. "Let's find a place that serves bad coffee," I said, "the kind that's burnt and bitter." We stood up and started walking toward the diner, but as we passed a small, glass-fronted shop, I caught a glimpse of our reflection. We looked terrible, pale, hollow-cheeked, covered in the soot of a world that had burned to make room for a new one. But behind us, in the reflection of the street, I saw something else. A man was standing across the road. He was wearing a dark suit, his hands folded in front of him. He wasn't moving. He was just watching us. I froze. I looked back, across the actual street. The sidewalk was empty. There was no man in a suit, only a trash can and a lamp post. I turned back to the window. In the reflection, the man was still there. He raised a hand, his fingers spreading in a slow, deliberate gesture. He was holding a stopwatch. "Elias," Sarah asked, noticing my hesitation. "What is it?" "Nothing," I said, my voice trembling, "just a shadow." I hurried her into the diner. The interior was warm and smelled of grease and maple syrup. We sat in a booth with a torn red vinyl seat. A waitress with a name tag that said Marge came over, balancing a pot of coffee. "Morning, folks. You two look like you've been through a ringer." "You have no idea," I said, holding out my cup. She poured the coffee. The liquid was dark and opaque. As the steam rose, I watched the way it swirled. For a second, just a fraction of a second, the vapor formed a perfect five-sided star. I blinked and it was gone, just a cloud of steam. "Here's some menus," Marge said, sliding two laminated cards onto the table. "Daily specials are on the back." I picked up the menu. My eyes skipped over the eggs and the pancakes, landing on the prices. $8.41. $10.41. $4.41. I felt the blood drain from my face. I looked at the 41s. They were everywhere. They weren't just prices. They were the gaps between the words. They were the rhythm of the waitress's footsteps as she walked away. 12341. "Sarah," I whispered, sliding the menu toward her. She looked at it. She didn't scream. She didn't cry. She just closed her eyes and leaned her forehead against the cool surface of the table. "It's not over, is it?" she asked. "The basin was the core," I said, my voice a low hiss. "But the city, the world, it's already been mapped. The white light didn't just filter the noise, it synchronized it." I looked around the diner. The man in the booth next to us was reading a newspaper. I looked at the headline. "Local reservoir levels dropped to record LOWS." Beneath the headline was a photo of the water. It was a black, still surface, reflecting the sky. But in the center of the water, a small white shoot was breaching the surface. The waitress came back with 2 plates of eggs. She set them down with a synchronized clatter. "Enjoy your breakfast," she said. As she turned to leave, I saw the back of her neck. There, just below the hairline, was a small, pale mark. It looked like a scar. But as she moved, the scar pulsed with a faint, milky light. It was the shape of a leaf, a serrated leaf. "We have to leave," I said, standing up so quickly my chair screeched against the floor. "Where to?" Sarah asked, her voice hollow. "If the signal is everywhere, where do we go?" I looked out the window. The fog was thickening, swallowing the pier and the ocean. The seagulls were no longer screaming. They were sitting on the railings, all facing the same direction, all perfectly still. "The signal needs a receiver," I said, grabbing my jacket. "It needs us to listen. It needs us to acknowledge the pattern." "I can't stop hearing it, Elias, the ocean. It's not crashing, it's counting." I grabbed her hand, pulling her out of the booth. We didn't pay. We didn't look at Marge. We ran out into the fog, the cold air hitting us like a physical blow. The town was changing. The colorful signs were fading, the paint peeling away to reveal the gray, ash-colored stone beneath. The sounds of the morning were being replaced by a low-frequency hum that vibrated in the soles of my feet. We ran back toward the pier. I didn't know why, other than the fact that it was the edge of the world. As we reached the end of the wooden planks, the fog parted for a moment. The ocean was gone. In its place was a vast, flat plain of gray ash. The spires were there, thousands of them, stretching out into the infinite gray. And standing at the edge of the pier, waiting for us, was the girl. She wasn't holding a match this time. She was holding a tape recorder, an old silver Sony, exactly like the one the ranger had used. She pressed a button. Click. The sound echoed across the ash, a thunderclap of finality. "The lie was a good try, Elias," the girl said. Her voice was no longer a child S. It was a chorus of a billion whispers, perfectly synchronized. but love is just another word for repeat. You love because you want to see the same face again. You love because you want the cycle to continue. No, I said, backing away toward the edge of the pier. Love is the break. It's the thing that doesn't make sense. Everything makes sense, the girl said, stepping forward. You just haven't counted high enough yet. She held out the recorder. 47, she whispered. The pier began to dissolve. The wood turned into silver mist, the mist turned into numbers, and the numbers turned into the forest. The trees were back, not the burnt skeletons, but the lush, green, vibrating rose bushes. They were growing out of the ash, their thorns shimmering with data. Sarah, I reached for her, but she was already fading. Her form was blurring, her edges becoming translucent. I can hear it, Elias, she whispered, her eyes wide with a terrifying peace. The real count. It's beautiful. It's so quiet. Don't listen, Sarah, look at me. But she wasn't looking at me. She was looking at the spires. She was looking at the perfection of the grid. She stepped off the pier. She didn't fall. She simply merged with the mist, her body becoming a streak of white light that shot toward the nearest spire. I was alone on a disappearing island of wood in a sea of mathematics. The girl walked toward me, the tape recorder whirring. You're the only one left, Elias, the last bit of noise in the system, the last scratch on the record. Then let me be a scratch, I yelled. Let me be the thing that breaks you. You can't break what you're part of, she said. She reached out and touched my chest, right over my heart. I felt the pulse, 1-2, 1-2. 48, she whispered. My heart skipped a beat. It didn't resume its natural rhythm. It waited. It synchronized. 1, 2, 3, 48. I felt my skin begin to cool. I felt the memories of my life, the moldy coffee, the hangnail, the smell of rain, begin to organize themselves into files. They were being labeled. They were being archived. I looked down at my hands. They were turning white. The forest doesn't repeat whispers anymore, the girl said, smiling. It broadcasts them. She turned the volume knob on the recorder. The world exploded into sound. It wasn't a scream. It wasn't a roar. It was a billion voices, all saying the same thing at the exact same time. A perfect, terrifying harmony that filled every corner of the universe. And in that harmony, I found the word, the one I had forgotten in the white room. It wasn't begin. The girl had lied. The forest had lied. The word was record. I closed my eyes and let the light take me. I didn't fight the rhythm. I didn't fight the count. I became the 49th spire. And as the sun rose over the gray plain, a single green sprout pushed through the ash at my base. It was a real plant, a weed. But as it grew, it began to vibrate. 50, it whispered. And the forest began to grow again, larger and more perfect than before, waiting for the next whisper to slot itself into the silence. The vibration did not stop at my feet. It crawled up my tibia, settled in the marrow of my pelvic bowl, and began to hum against my spine like a cello string plucked by a giant. I was a spire, yes, but I was still a witness. That was the cruelty of the archive. It didn't just store you. It required you to watch yourself being stored. The girl, the manifestation, the frequency in a pinafore, sat at my base. She leaned her back against my calcified shins and stared out at the gray horizon where the Atlantic used to be. The Sony tape recorder sat in her lap, its reels spinning with a hypnotic, mechanical hiss. "Do you feel the alignment, Elias?" she asked. Her voice didn't come from her mouth anymore. It resonated from the internal architecture of my own skull. The friction is gone. No more jagged edges. No more almosts or maybes, just the sequence. I tried to scream, but my throat was a fluted column of white quartz. My lungs were no longer bellows of oxygen and carbon dioxide. They were bellows of light, expanding and contracting in a perfect 60 beat per minute cycle. I looked down, or rather, my consciousness directed its perception downward. The weed she had called 50 was changing. It wasn't a dandelion or a thistle. It was a fractal. Every time a leaf unfurled, it split into 3 smaller leaves, which split into 3 more, until the plant was a shimmering, green cloud of geometry. It was beautiful in the way a bone-dry equation is beautiful. It lacked the messy, wet soul of the woods I had grown up in. It was a forest designed by an architect who hated the smell of dirt. "Where is Sarah?" I thought. I didn't speak it. I projected it into the grid. The girl giggled. The sound was a series of mathematical constants translated into audio. "Sarah is 114. She's about 3 miles east-northeast. She's a lovely spire, Elias, very stable. She stopped resisting much faster than you. She always had a penchant for order deep down. She just needed the right conductor." I felt a surge of something, not anger, but a residual heat, a ghost of a chemical reaction, a glitch. I remembered the way her hand felt in the truck. I remembered the smell of the burnt coffee she had wanted to drink. These weren't data points. They were smears. They were the grease on the lens. "You missed a spot," I projected. The girl froze. The reels on the tape recorder slowed, dragging the hiss into a low, distorted growl. She turned her head, her neck moving with the ratcheting precision of a clockwork doll. She looked up at my face, or the place where my face used to be. "What did you say?" The coffee, I thought, pushing the memory of the bitterness, the heat, and the chipped ceramic mug into the network. The missing E on the diner sign, the dog lifting its leg, the old man's tobacco spit. You didn't record those, you translated them. But the translation is lossy. You're missing the noise. The girl stood up. The gray ash around her began to swirl, agitated by a sudden, invisible wind. Noise is error. Error is corrected. That is the function of the basin. "If you correct everything," I countered, the vibration in my chest growing discordant, "there's nothing left to record. You're just a mirror facing another mirror. You're an empty room counting its own corners." She stepped back, her eyes flashing with a sudden, jagged static. For the first time, she looked uncertain. The perfection of the grid flickered. A mile away, a spire leaned half a degree to the left. Somewhere else, a rosebush withered into gray dust before resetting itself. "The count is absolute," she hissed. 1 through 49. You are the 49th. You are the completion of the local cluster. "I am the 49th, I agreed, but I remember the 49th second of the minute I met Sarah. I remember that it felt like an hour. Your clock doesn't account for the stretch. Your map doesn't account for the shortcuts." I began to pull, not with muscles, but with the sheer, stubborn weight of my own irrationality. I reached into the basement of my mind, past the locked doors and the white light filters, and I grabbed the most useless, nonsensical thing I possessed. A joke my father told me that I never understood. A punchline without a setup. A fragment of a song with the wrong lyrics. I threw the nonsense into the spire. The white stone of my body cracked. A hairline fracture appeared at my waist, glowing with a dull, bruised purple light, the color of a real sunset, not the filtered orange of the simulation. The girl screamed. It wasn't a chorus anymore. It was a feedback loop. She clutched the tape recorder to her chest as if it were a shield. Stop it. You're corrupting the file. You'll trigger a begin event before the cycle is ready. Good, I thought. Let's see what happens when the record skips. I poured more in, the memory of a fever dream, the sensation of falling in a dream and waking up before hitting the floor, the illogical fear of the number 7. I turned myself into a lightning rod for the absurd. The ground beneath us buckled. The gray ash didn't just swirl. It began to dissolve into its constituent parts, not bits and bytes, but old newspapers, dead leaves, rusted bottle caps, and salty seawater. The ocean returned, not as a flat plain, but as a chaotic, churning mess of foam and dark depths. The girl began to shrink. Her pinafore turned into a tattered rag. Her Sony recorder sparked, the plastic casing melting to reveal that there was nothing inside but a handful of dried rose petals and a single human tooth. The forest, it's hungry, she whimpered, her voice finally sounding like a child's again. If you don't let it finish the count, it will eat everything. It won't leave a ghost. It won't leave a memory, just a hole. Better a hole than a cage, I said. The spire shattered. The sensation was like being hit by a freight train made of glass. I was no longer a pillar of light. I was a man falling through a freezing, saw-trimmed void. I felt the air return to my lungs with the force of a punch. I felt the weight of my clothes, heavy with water. I hit the surface of the ocean. The cold was a blessing. It was sharp, painful, and entirely unscripted. I thrashed in the dark water, my eyes stinging from the salt. Above me, the sky was a bruised tapestry of storm clouds. There were no white spires. There was no girl. There was only the roar of the Atlantic and the distant, flickering light of a buoy. I looked around, gasping for air. "Sarah," I screamed. The waves muffled my voice. I spun in a circle, my boots dragging me down. "Sarah." A few yards away, a dark shape bobbed in the water. I swam toward it, my limbs heavy and uncoordinated. It was her. She was face down, her hair splayed out like seaweed. I grabbed her shoulder and flipped her over. Her face was pale, her eyes closed. "Sarah, breathe. Damn it, breathe." I dragged her toward the shore, the current fighting me every inch of the way. My heart was pounding, not in a rhythm of 48, but in a panicked, irregular gallop. It was the most beautiful sound I had ever felt. We tumbled onto the sand, the tide pulling at our legs as if trying to reclaim us for the archive. I collapsed beside her, coughing up brine, and began to press on her chest. 1, 2, 3, 4. I counted. I hated the numbers, but I needed them now. I needed them to serve me, not the other way around. On the 30th press, she gasped. A spray of seawater erupted from her lungs, and she rolled onto her side, shivering violently. I pulled her to me, wrapping my arms around her. We sat there on the cold sand, two wet, shivering animals in the dark. The world felt enormous. It felt empty. It felt terrifyingly unmapped. "Nelias," she whispered, her voice barely audible over the surf. "I'm here." The count, it stopped. I broke the clock, I said, resting my chin on her wet head. We stayed there for a long time, watching the horizon. The sun began to rise again, the second sunrise of the morning, or perhaps the first real one. It was a messy, sprawling affair of pinks, purples, and grays. It didn't look like a CAT scan. It looked like a bruised fruit. As the light grew, I looked back at the town. It was still there. The pier was broken, the wood splintered as if by a massive wave. The diner with the missing E was visible on the hill. It looked old. It looked tired. But as I watched, I saw a movement. A man was walking down the beach. He was wearing a dark suit. He was carrying a briefcase. I felt Sarah stiffen in my arms. We both watched him. He wasn't walking with the synchronized precision of the forest. He was trudging through the sand, his shoes sinking with every step. He looked like an insurance adjuster or a lawyer who had lost his way. He stopped about 20 feet from us. He didn't look at us. He looked at the ocean. He opened his briefcase. He took out a small, silver object. It wasn't a recorder. It was a camera, an old film-based Leica. He held it up to his eye and took a single photo of the horizon. Click. The sound was small. It was insignificant. It didn't echo. The man closed his briefcase, turned around, and started walking back toward the town. "Who was that?" Sarah asked, her voice trembling. "I don't know," I said. "Maybe just a man taking a picture." "Or maybe he's the one who develops the film," she whispered. I looked down at the sand between my knees. There, half buried in the tide line, was a small white object. I reached out and picked it up. It was a rosebud. It was made of white porcelain, cold and smooth. I gripped it in my palm. I wanted to throw it back into the sea. I wanted to crush it. But as I held it, I realized something. The bud wasn't closed. It was beginning to bloom, and inside the petals, etched in microscopic, needle-fine lines, were the words of the joke I had used to break the spire, the punchline without a setup. The forest hadn't been destroyed. It had just changed its medium. It wasn't trying to repeat us anymore. It was trying to understand us. It was a museum now, and we were the exhibits that had escaped the glass. "We have to move," I said, helping Sarah to her feet. "We can't stay near the water." "Where do we go, Elias? If the whole world is being recorded, where is the blind spot?" I looked at the town, then at the dark line of the mountains inland. The basin was back there, the source, the place where the whispers started. "We don't go to the blind spot," I said. "We go to the editing room." We started walking, our footsteps leaving deep, uneven prints in the sand. I didn't look back at the ocean. I didn't look at the sky. I looked at Sarah. I looked at the way her jacket was torn. I looked at the way she limped slightly on her left foot. "Sarah," I said. "Yeah, I love you." She stopped. She looked at me for a long time, her eyes searching mine for a pattern, for a frequency, for a repeat. "Is that a variable?" she asked. "No," I said, tossing the porcelain rose into the tall grass by the dunes. "It's a constant, but it's the only one I'm keeping." She didn't smile. She just took my hand, and we kept walking. Behind us, the tide came in, washing away our footprints. The sand smoothed over, becoming a blank, gray slate. High above, a single seagull circled. It didn't scream, it didn't dive, it just watched. And somewhere, deep in the basement of the world, a reel began to spin. Part 10, the archival shift. End. The town of Oakhaven didn't look like a digital graveyard anymore. It looked like a place that had been forgotten by time rather than curated by it. As Sarah and I crested the dunes, the salt spray stinging the raw patches of our skin, the reality of our surroundings felt fragile. The diner sat on the cliffside like a molar in a decaying jaw. Its neon sign didn't hum with the frequency of the spires. It flickered with the erratic heartbeat of a dying transformer. "Do you feel that?" Sarah asked. She wasn't looking at the buildings. She was looking at her own hands. The translucent glow had faded, replaced by the angry red of windburn and the gray grit of the Atlantic. The pressure, it's gone, but the air, it feels thin, like we're breathing a draft of a world instead of the final copy. "It's the transition," I said, though I was guessing. I felt like an interloper in my own hometown. The system crashed when the 49th spire shattered. It's rebooting, but it doesn't know which version to load. The forest, the real one, is trying to grow through the gaps in the code. We reached the edge of the asphalt. The road was cracked, and through the fissures I didn't see soil. I saw a dense, vibrating web of white fibers, like the mycelium of a mushroom, but woven from fiber optic cable. It was pulsing with a soft, rhythmic light. Each pulse sent a tiny vibration through the soles of my boots. 1, 2, 3. The count hadn't vanished. It had just gone underground. "We need a car," I said, "and we need to get to the ranger station." If Elias, the other Elias, was using that recorder to interface with the basin, there has to be a hardline, a physical point of origin. "Elias," Sarah stopped me, her grip on my hand tightening until it hurt. The man on the beach, the one with the camera. He wasn't a glitch, he was an observer. If there are more of them, we aren't just fighting a machine. We're fighting a deliberate act. "Then we make ourselves unobservable," I muttered, though I knew how hollow it sounded. We found my old Ford parked near the trailhead. It looked ancient, covered in a layer of fine gray dust that felt like powdered bone. When I turned the key, the engine didn't roar. It groaned, a mechanical protest against a world that was trying to turn it into a still life. I pumped the gas, smelling the beautiful, toxic scent of unburned fuel. It was a messy, chemical smell. It was the smell of the old world. As we drove toward the heart of the basin, the landscape began to distort. It wasn't the shimmering heat haze of the spires. It was more literal. A house on the left side of the road was perfectly normal, but its reflection in a roadside puddle showed a scorched ruin. A tree would pass by, lush and green, only for its shadow to be a jagged, geometric skeleton. The forest was overlapping with itself, a double exposure of what it was and what it was forced to be. "Look at the radio," Sarah whispered. The digital display wasn't showing a frequency. It was counting. 51, 52, 53. The weed, I realized, the one at the base of the spire, it was number 50. The count didn't stop because I broke the tower. It just found a new way to tally. "It's counting us, Elias. Every mile we drive, every breath we take, we're adding to the total." I pushed the Ford harder, the needle on the speedometer bouncing erratically. We weren't just driving through geography, we were driving through a ledger. The trees on either side of the road began to lean inward, their branches interlocking to form a tunnel of vibrating wood. The whispers started again, but they weren't coming from the forest. They were coming from the heater vents, from the dashboard, from the very metal of the car. "Record, record, records." "It's not a command anymore," Sarah said, covering her ears. "It's a prayer." We reached the ranger station an hour before dusk. The building was draped in the white mycelium fibers we'd seen in the road. They climbed the walls like ivy, glowing with a pale, sickly luminescence. The front door was hanging off its hinges. Inside, the air smelled of ozone and old paper. The maps on the walls were shifting, the topographical lines moving like snakes, redrawing the boundaries of the basin in real time. In the center of the room, the desk where the ranger had sat was gone. In its place was a pedestal made of stacked, petrified logbooks. and on top of the books sat the Sony tape recorder. It was identical to the one the girl had held, but this one was tethered. A thick bundle of the white fibers grew out of the back of the device, plunging through the floorboards and deep into the earth. The reels were spinning at a furious speed, so fast they were a blur of brown magnetic tape. "Don't touch it," I warned, but Sarah was already moving toward it, drawn by a magnetism I couldn't feel. "It's humming, Elias. It's not just recording, it's broadcasting." She reached out, her fingers inches from the plastic casing, when a voice stopped us. "The resolution is almost complete. I wouldn't interrupt the rendering if I were you." I spun around, reaching for a heavy iron fire poker near the hearth. Standing in the shadows of the kitchenette was the man from the beach. He had taken off his suit jacket. His white shirt was crisp, his tie perfectly knotted. He held a small black notebook in one hand and a pen in the other. He looked like a man waiting for a train. "You," I spat, "the photographer." "The curator," he corrected mildly. He stepped into the light. His face was unremarkable, the kind of face you'd forget the moment he turned away. Though editor is also acceptable. "We've been having some trouble with the 49th entry. You've been very difficult to categorize, Elias." "Categorize this," I said, swinging the poker. He didn't flinch. The poker didn't hit him. It passed through him as if he were made of smoke, hitting the refrigerator with a dull, metallic clang. He wasn't a ghost. The space he occupied simply didn't recognize the physical properties of the iron. "Violence is such a low bitrate response," the curator said, sighing. He tapped his pen against the notebook. "You think you're fighting for your life or for Sarah's, but you're really just fighting against the inevitable clarity of the record. Tell me, do you prefer the version of your life where your mother died of cancer, or the version where she simply walked into the woods and became a song?" I froze. "How do you know about that?" "I don't know it. I have the file. Both versions are currently stored in the buffer. The forest is trying to decide which one is more aesthetically pleasing for the final cut. Your resistance is actually helpful. It provides the necessary tension for the narrative." Sarah backed away from the recorder, her face contorted in horror. "We aren't a story, we're people." "People are just stories that haven't been edited yet," the curator replied. He walked toward the tape recorder, his movements fluid and terrifyingly silent. "The basin is a machine designed to solve the problem of entropy. Everything dies, Elias, everything rots, everything is forgotten. But here, in the forest that repeated whispers, everything is preserved. Every heartbreak, every hangnail, every sunset. It's the only place in the universe where forever actually means something." "It means nothing if it's a loop," I said, my voice shaking. "It's a prison." "It's a library," he countered. "And right now the library is full. We're at capacity. 50 entries. That was the limit of the current sector." He looked at the recorder. The reels were slowing down. "But you broke the 49th spire. You introduced noise. And now the system is trying to compensate. It's expanding the archive. It's not just the basin anymore. It's the town. It's the coast. By tomorrow morning, it will be the state." "You're destroying the world to save a recording of it," Sarah said. "I'm perfecting it," the curator said. He looked at her with a flicker of something like pity. "You were supposed to be the bridge, Sarah, the one who understood the beauty of the Count. But Elias, he's infected you with the noise. He's taught you to value the smudge over the line." He reached out and pressed the stop button on the recorder. The silence that followed was absolute. The humming in the floorboards ceased. The flickering of the neon sign outside stopped. Even the sound of our breathing seemed to vanish, sucked into a vacuum. The 51st entry, the curator whispered, looking at the notebook. The choice. He held out the pen to me. The system is stuck in a logic gate. It can't decide whether to delete the noise or integrate it. You are the noise, Elias. If you sign this, if you accept the record, the expansion stops. Oakhaven remains as it is, a perfect static memory. You and Sarah can live in the diner forever. The coffee will always be hot. The sun will always be at that perfect point above the dunes. No one grows old. No one dies. And if I don't? The curator looked out the window at the encroaching white fibers. Then the forest continues to grow. It will swallow everything. It will record the entire world piece by piece until there is nothing left but the archive, a planet of white spires humming in the dark. I looked at Sarah. She was crying, but the tears weren't falling. They were hovering on her lashes, caught in the stasis of the room. He's lying, she whispered. If we sign, we aren't living. We're just data. We're the whispers. But if I don't sign, everyone dies, I said. The whole world becomes this. The world is already this, Elias, the curator said, his voice smooth as glass. You just haven't looked closely enough at the pixels. What is a memory but a recording? What is a heart but a pump with a rhythm? You aren't losing anything. You're just being backed up. I looked at the notebook. The pages were blank, yet they seemed to contain a depth that went on forever. If I took the pen, I could save the world by ending it. I could give Sarah a life that never hurt, a life where the forest never whispered anything but her name. I reached for the pen. My fingers brushed the cold plastic. But then I felt it. A small, sharp pain in my palm. I looked down. A tiny, jagged splinter of wood from the fire poker had embedded itself in my skin. It was a small thing, a mistake, an accident. It hurt with a dull, throbbing heat that felt more real than anything the curator had said. I looked at the curator. You said the system is stuck. You said it doesn't know what to do with the noise. It requires a resolution, he said, his eyes narrowing. Then let's give it one it can't archive, I said. I didn't take the pen. Instead, I grabbed the Sony recorder. The curator's face transformed. The mask of the polite observer shattered, revealing a flicker of raw, mathematical fury. What are you doing? If you break the link now. I'm not breaking it, I said. I'm changing the input. I hit the record button and held the device up to my mouth, but I didn't speak. I didn't scream. I leaned over and kissed Sarah. It wasn't a cinematic kiss. It was desperate, messy, and smelled of salt and fear. It was the sound of teeth clinking, of ragged breath, of two heartbeats trying to find a rhythm they didn't have to share with a machine. It was the noise of being alive. The recorder whirred, the tape hissed. The white fibers in the walls began to thrash. The curator let out a sound that wasn't a scream. It was the sound of a hard drive crashing, a digital shriek that tore through the air. That's not a word, he yelled, his form blurring into a smear of static. That's not a value. You can't record that. Then don't, I said, pulling away from Sarah. I threw the recorder onto the floor and brought the iron poker down on it with everything I had. The plastic shattered. The magnetic tape exploded outward in a tangle of brown ribbons, but they didn't just fall. They caught fire, a bright blue flame that didn't smell like burning plastic, but like autumn leaves and wood smoke. The fire spread instantly, leaping from the tape to the white fibers. The mycelium didn't just burn, it shriveled, retreating back into the floorboards like a wounded animal. The curator vanished. He didn't die, he simply ceased to be rendered. The notebook hit the floor, turning into a pile of dry, yellowed leaves. Sarah grabbed my arm as the building began to shake. The maps on the walls were tearing. The topographical lines were bleeding off the paper, turning into real water that poured onto the floor. The ceiling cracked, and through the gap, I didn't see the gray sky of the simulation. I saw stars, real, cold, distant stars that didn't care about the count. "Run!" I yelled. We burst through the front door just as the ranger station collapsed into a heap of old, rotted timber. There were no white fibers. There was no luminescence. The forest was dark. It was silent. We ran for the car, but the Ford was gone. In its place was a rusted hulk of metal that looked like it had been sitting there for 30 years. The road was no longer asphalt. It was a dirt track overgrown with weeds. The time Sarah gasped, clutching her chest. How long were we in there? I looked at my watch. The glass was cracked. The hands weren't moving. We walked down the dirt track, our way lit only by the moon. The air was thick and heavy with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was a quiet that didn't feel like a vacuum. It felt like a rest. When we reached the edge of the town, we stopped. Oakhaven wasn't a perfect, flickering memory. It was a ruin. The diner was a skeleton of rusted steel. The houses were shells, their windows broken like blind eyes. The pier was a row of blackened stumps sticking out of the surf. "It didn't save it," Sarah whispered, her voice breaking. "The forest. It didn't record anything. It just waited for us to leave." I looked at the ruins of the town I had called home. I felt a pang of grief, sharp and sudden. All the coffee, the diner signs, the people, they were gone. They hadn't been archived. They had just ended. But then I looked at the ground. Everywhere, pushing up through the cracked pavement and the rotted wood, were sprouts. They weren't fractals. They weren't geometric. They were messy, green, and stubborn. Dandelions, clover, wild roses. The forest wasn't repeating whispers anymore. It was growing over them. "It's not a library, Sarah," I said, taking her hand. "It's a garden. You have to let the old things die to make room for the new ones." We stood there in the ruins of the world, 2 scratches on a record that had finally stopped spinning. In the distance, a bird chirped. It was a sharp, ugly, beautiful sound. It didn't repeat. It didn't sync. It just happened. And for the first time in 49 years, I didn't count the seconds. I just lived them. The silence of the real world was heavier than the hum of the simulation. It pressed against my eardrums with a physical weight, a velvet vacuum that lacked the artificial sharp edge of the spire's frequency. For a long time, Sarah and I didn't move. We stood on the cracked remains of the coastal road, watching the moonlight silver the edges of the ruins. The diner, once a neon beacon in the digital fog, was now just a silhouette of jagged rebar and salt-eaten concrete. "Is it over?" Sarah's voice was a thinned-out rasp. She sounded like she had been screaming for days, though we had only been silent. "The loop is broken," I said. My own voice felt foreign to me, a vibration in a chest that finally felt like it belonged to a body of meat and bone rather than a collection of data points. The curator, he's gone, or he's rebooting somewhere else, trying to find a version of us that fits his ledger. I looked down at my hands. The glow was entirely gone. In its place was the honest, ugly detail of humanity, clogged pores, a crescent of dirt under my fingernail, and the angry, stinging welt where the splinter had pierced my palm. I squeezed the wound, welcoming the sharp flare of pain. It was a singular event. It wasn't being recorded, indexed, or echoed. It just happened, and then it faded. "We can't stay here," Sarah said, shivering. The wind coming off the Atlantic wasn't a programmed breeze. It was cold, biting, and smelled of rotting kelp and ancient salt. If this is the real Oak Haven, then we're standing in a graveyard. She was right. The town hadn't just decayed, it had been reclaimed. The forest, the true forest of the Pacific Northwest, had marched down from the hills in the decades we'd been trapped in the buffer. Massive Douglas firs had punched through the roofs of the Victorian houses on Main Street. Ivy thick as a man's arm throttled the lamp posts. The white fibers were gone, replaced by the chaotic, mossy reality of a world that didn't care about symmetry. We began to walk. Every step was an exercise in relearning how to exist in a linear timeline. In the basin, space had been fluid. You could walk toward the horizon and find yourself back at the trailhead. Here, the road stayed behind us. The distance felt earned. As we passed the skeletal remains of the general store, I saw something glinting in the dirt. I knelt, brushing away a layer of pine needles. It was a camera lens, cracked and clouded with age. Beside it lay the rusted chassis of a Nikon. It looked like it had been dropped 40 years ago. "The curator's toys," I muttered. "Or the people who came before us," Sarah said. She wasn't looking at the camera. She was looking at a row of wooden stakes driven into the earth near the store's foundation. They were weathered, the wood gray and splintered, but I could still make out the carvings. Entry 12, Entry 14, Entry 22. The numbers hadn't been a machine's invention. They were a human attempt to make sense of the vanishing. Someone had been here, decades ago, trying to map the encroachment of the archive before it swallowed them whole. They had failed. The forest had taken the town, and the machine had taken the forest, leaving only these pathetic, rotting totems behind. "Nelia's look at the sky," Sarah whispered. I looked up. The stars were shifting, but not with the erratic jitter of a glitch. Clouds were moving across the moon, heavy and dark, pregnant with the first real rain we'd seen in a lifetime. A drop hit my forehead, then another. It wasn't the rhythmic, timed pulse of the spire's irrigation. It was the messy, cooling splatter of weather. We found shelter in what remained of the old library. The roof had partially collapsed, but the stone walls held firm against the rising wind. Inside, the smell of damp paper was overwhelming. Thousands of books had melted into a singular, pulpy mass, their stories bleeding into one another until the ink was just a gray stain on the floor. I cleared a space on a dry patch of hardwood, and we sat close together, huddled against the chill. "He said my mother. He said she was a song," I said into the darkness. The thought had been gnawing at me since the ranger station. He said the system was deciding which version of her life was more aesthetically pleasing. Sarah reached out, her fingers interlacing with mine. Her skin was cold, but her pulse was steady. He was a librarian, Elias. To him, a tragedy is just a well-written chapter. He didn't care about her. He only cared about the file. But if the file is gone, if I broke the recorder, then what happens to her? What happens to all of them? "They get to be forgotten," Sarah said softly. "That's the gift, isn't it? To finally be allowed to end, to not have to repeat the same whisper for eternity." I closed my eyes, listening to the rain drumming on the slate roof. For the first time, I didn't hear the count. I didn't hear the 1, 2, 3 of the spires. I heard the wind howling through the empty window frames, a chaotic, unpatterned sound that promised nothing but its own existence. I must have drifted off. because when I opened my eyes, the gray light of dawn was filtering through the holes in the ceiling. The rain had stopped, leaving the world dripping and vivid. Sarah was still asleep, her head resting on my shoulder. In the light of day, she looked older. The simulation had kept us in a state of perpetual, polished youth, but the real world was already beginning to claim its due. There were fine lines at the corners of her eyes. A strand of gray hair I hadn't noticed before caught the light. She looked beautiful. She looked mortal. I moved carefully, trying not to wake her, and stood up to survey our surroundings. The library's central atrium was a mess of fallen beams and moss-covered debris, but in the center, beneath the dome where the rain had pooled, something was moving. It wasn't a glitch, it was a bird, a small brown wren. It was hopping along the edge of a fallen bookshelf, pecking at the insects that lived in the rot. It stopped, tilted its head, and looked at me with a black, unblinking eye. "Record," I whispered, testing the word. The bird didn't respond. It didn't repeat the word. It simply took flight, its wings beating a frantic, messy rhythm as it disappeared through the hole in the roof. I walked to the window. From this vantage point, I could see the whole of Oakhaven stretching down to the sea. The white spires were gone, but their absence had left scars. Round, scorched patches of earth marked where each tower had stood, places where nothing grew, not even the moss. They looked like craters from a silent war. Beyond the town, the basin was a sea of deep, dark green. The transition I had guessed at earlier was complete. The two versions of the world had collided, and the physical reality had won, but it was a Pyrrhic victory. The world we had returned to was broken, lonely, and wild. "Lias." I turned. Sarah was awake, standing in the shadows of the stacks. She looked lost. "We need to find out how far it went," she said, walking toward me. "The curator said it was expanding. He said by morning it would be the whole state." "He was trying to scare me into signing," I said, though a cold knot of doubt tightened in my stomach. He needed the noise to stop. He needed a resolution. But what if he wasn't lying about the expansion? What if the system crashed and took everything with it? We left the library and headed toward the outskirts of town, where the main highway used to be. We found the road, but it was barely recognizable. The asphalt had been heaved up by frost and roots, turning the four-lane artery into a jagged spine of rubble. We walked for hours, heading inland, away from the whispers of the sea. The silence of the forest was absolute. No cars, no planes, no distant hum of industry, just the wind and the occasional, jarring cry of a hawk. About 5 miles out, we saw it. A wild. It wasn't made of stone or wood. It was a shimmer in the air, a vertical sheet of distortion that stretched as far as the eye could see, cutting straight through the trees and the hills. On our side, the forest was wild, overgrown, and ancient. On the other side of the shimmer. "Oh God," Sarah breathed. On the other side, the world was perfect. I stepped closer to the barrier. Through the distortion, I could see the highway as it should have been. The asphalt was black and smooth. The yellow lines were bright. A green road sign for Astoria, 20 miles, stood straight and clean, free of rust or moss. The trees were perfectly spaced, their leaves a uniform, vibrant green that looked like it had been painted on. It was a still life. A high-resolution photograph of a world that no longer existed. I reached out a hand, but Sarah caught my wrist. "Don't. Remember what happened to the poker." "It's a border," I said, my heart hammering against my ribs. "The crash. It didn't stop the archive. It just froze it. This is the edge of the sector." I looked down the line of the shimmer. It cut through a massive cedar tree. On our side, the bark was rough, peeling, and covered in lichen. On the other side, the tree was a smooth, geometric cylinder, its branches frozen in a mathematical arc. The curator said he was perfecting it, I whispered. He wasn't destroying the world. He was replacing it with a version that doesn't decay. But it's dead, Elias, look at it. She was right, nothing moved on the other side of the shimmer. No birds flew in that perfect sky. No wind stirred the leaves. It was a masterpiece trapped in a vacuum, a world-sized recording that had no one to play it. We walked along the edge of the barrier for a long time, looking for a gap, a door, or a sign of life. But there was nothing. The archive had claimed the rest of the world, leaving us in this small, jagged pocket of reality, a few square miles of ruin and rot that the machine had discarded as noise. We're the only ones left, Sarah said. She sat down on a fallen log, her face pale. The town, the coast, we're in the trash bin, Elias. We're the data that didn't fit. I looked at the perfect world on the other side of the glass. I could see a car parked on the shoulder of the road a few hundred yards away. It was a red sedan, its paint gleaming in the frozen sun. I could see the silhouette of a driver, his hands on the wheel, his head turned as if he were about to check his mirror. He would never check it. He was a single frame in a movie that had been paused forever. He said it was a library, I said, sitting down beside her. He said everything is preserved, every heartbreak, every sunset. I don't want to be preserved, Sarah said, her voice fierce. She looked at me, her eyes brimming with tears. I want to grow old. I want to be forgotten. I want to die, Elias. I want to die in a world that's real. I took her hand. The splinter wound in my palm was throbbing again, a rhythmic, hot reminder of my own mortality. We are real, I said. This dirt is real. This cold is real. I looked back toward the ruins of Oakhaven. The sun was beginning to set, casting long, distorted shadows across the landscape. The light wasn't the golden, curated glow of the simulation. It was a pale, weak orange that struggled against the encroaching gray of the clouds. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. We have to go back, I said. Back where? To the ruins. To the basin, to the heart of it. Sarah frowned. Why? We just escaped. The curator is gone, but the machine is still there. The fibers, the mycelium, it's all connected to the earth. If we're the noise, then we're the only thing that can change the signal. We didn't just break the recorder, Sarah. We broke the logic. If we can find the point of origin, the real one beneath the ranger station, maybe we can start a new recording. Not a loop, a broadcast. A broadcast to who? To whoever is left, to the world on the other side of that shimmer. If we can leak the noise back into the system, maybe we can wake it up. Maybe we can make the leaves move again. Sarah looked at the barrier, then back at me. She saw the splinter in my hand, the gray in her own hair, and the wreckage of the town behind us. She saw the choice the curator had tried to take away, the choice to be messy, to be imperfect, and to be finished. The forest that repeated whispers, she whispered. It doesn't have to repeat them anymore, I said. It just has to say them once. We stood up together. The wind picked up, carrying the scent of pine and the distant, rhythmic roar of the ocean. It was a sound that didn't need a counter. It was a sound that didn't need a witness. As we turned back toward the dark heart of the forest, I felt a strange sense of peace. We weren't fighting for a world that was perfect. We were fighting for a world that could break. We walked into the shadows, two figures moving through the undergrowth, leaving footprints in the mud that the rain would eventually wash away. We weren't entries in a ledger. We weren't files in a buffer. We were a story that was finally being told for the first time. And as the darkness swallowed us, the forest didn't whisper, it breathed. The trek back toward the epicenter of the basin felt different than the flight away from it. The urgency had mutated from a panicked animal reflex into a cold, rhythmic determination. We weren't running from a ghost anymore. We were hunting the machine that had conjured it. The transition zone, that shimmering wall of frozen perfection, stayed at our backs like a taunting mirror. Every time I glanced over my shoulder, I saw that red sedan, still as a tombstone, parked on a road that would never feel the friction of a tire again. It was a vision of hell disguised as a postcard. "Do you think he's still in there?" Sarah asked. She was stepping over a collapsed cedar, her breath hitching in the damp air. The curator. Is he part of the archive now, or was he just the interface? He was the logic, I said, pausing to catch my breath. My lungs burned, a real searing heat that I cherished. If the logic crashed, he's probably just fragmented code, a memory of a memory. But the hardware, the physical network of those fibers, that's still buried in the soil. It's what's holding that wall up. It's what's keeping the rest of the world in stasis. The deeper we moved into the woods, the more the real forest began to look like a battlefield. The encroaching simulation hadn't just vanished when I pulled the splinter. It had retreated, leaving behind a scarred landscape. Huge swaths of moss had turned to a gray, ashen powder. The trees that had been partially overwritten by the fractal geometry were weeping a thick, translucent sap that smelled like ozone and burnt sugar. We reached the ridge overlooking the ranger station by midday. From above, the clearing looked like a wound. The station itself was a splintered wreck, its wooden walls splayed outward as if something huge had exhaled from within. The white spires were gone, but the holes they had left in the earth were pulsing with a faint, rhythmic violet light. It looked like the ground was bruising. There I pointed, the cellar. That's where the cables converged. We descended the slope, sliding through scree and rotting needles. The silence here was different than the silence of the ruins. It was expectant. It felt like the moment between a lightning flash and the thunder. As we stepped into the clearing, the air began to vibrate. It wasn't a sound, but a pressure against the skin, a low-frequency thrum that made the marrow in my bones ache. The cellar door was gone, replaced by a jagged maw in the earth. I looked down into the darkness. The white fibers weren't just roots anymore. They had thickened into translucent cables, glowing with a sickly internal light. They were twitching. "Nelia's, look at your hand," Sarah whispered. I looked down. The wound from the splinter was glowing again, but not with the gold of the curator. It was a dull, angry red. The skin around the cut was translucent, and I could see the veins in my palm pulsing in time with the light from the pit. The noise was still in me. I was a corrupted file that the system was trying to reassimilate. "It's calling the error back to the source," I said, my voice trembling. "I'm the glitch it needs to patch." "Then let's give it more than it can handle," Sarah said. She reached into her pack and pulled out the rusted Nikon camera we'd found in the ruins. She'd been carrying it like a talisman. "You said we need to leak the noise. This thing is full of it. Decades of grit, salt, and broken glass. It's the opposite of a perfect record." We climbed down into the dark. The air inside the subterranean chamber was freezing, smelling of wet stone and ancient electricity. This wasn't a man-made basement anymore. The walls were lined with the same pulsing, organic circuitry I'd seen in the spires, but here it was denser, a tangled knot of information that formed a central pillar in the middle of the room. At the base of the pillar, a terminal remained. It was a crude thing, a flickering monitor, and a keyboard that looked like it had been salvaged from a 1980s laboratory. It was the bridge between the human world and the machine's ego. On the screen, a single line of text was scrolling over and over. Segmentation fault, recovery initiated, waiting for input. It's stuck, I said, stepping toward the glow. It's trying to rebuild the world, but it lost the blueprint when I broke the loop. It's waiting for a new command. I reached for the keyboard, but as my fingers neared the plastic, the pillar of fibers surged. A spray of white needles shot out, pinning my sleeve to the wall. I yelped, pulling back, but the fibers were like iron. They weren't trying to kill me, they were trying to plug in. Sarah lunged forward, swinging the heavy Nikon like a hammer. She smashed the lens into the cluster of fibers, glass shattering across the floor. The machine shrieked. It wasn't a digital sound. It was the sound of 1,000 birds dying at once. The monitor flickered violently, the text dissolving into a chaotic jumble of symbols. The camera, I gasped, struggling against the fibers, smash the sensor, pour the dust into the pillar. Sarah didn't hesitate. She hammered the camera against the glowing core of the machine until the casing cracked open. Out tumbled the film, a long brown ribbon of celluloid that had been exposed to the elements for 40 years. It was a record of nothing but rot and darkness. She shoved the film into the gaps between the pulsing cables. The reaction was instantaneous. The violet light in the room turned a muddy, sickly brown. The rhythmic thrumming broke into a jagged, uneven stutter. Error, the screen flashed. Unrecognized data. Anomaly detected. Now Sarah yelled over the rising cacophony. The wound, give it the noise. I pressed my bleeding palm directly onto the central nerve of the pillar. The sensation was like being struck by a slow-motion bolt of lightning. My entire life, not the curated, looped version the curator had kept, but the real, messy, forgotten one was pulled out of me. I felt the taste of the cheap coffee in the diner. I felt the sting of a cold morning in 1974. I felt the grief of my mother's funeral, the actual, unpolished sorrow of a child who didn't understand why the world had stopped. I poured it all in, the boredom, the mistakes, the moments where I had been a coward, the moments where I had been cruel. I gave the machine every scrap of waste it had spent decades trying to filter out. The room began to shake. Above us, I could hear the forest groaning as the roots twisted in agony. The shimmering wall 5 miles away must have been buckling, the frozen sky shattering like a windshield. System overload, the monitor screamed in bright red letters. Non-linear input detected. Chronology collapsing. It's working, Sarah shouted, but her voice sounded distant, as if she were being pulled away by a tide. The light in the cellar became blinding. The white fibers began to liquefy, turning into a gray sludge that smelled of rain and earth. The geometry was failing. The fractals were melting back into the chaos of the natural world. I felt a hand on my shoulder. It wasn't Sarah's. It was a phantom touch, light and fleeting. For a split second, I saw a face in the static of the monitor, not the curator, but a woman with tired eyes and a soft smile. My mother. She wasn't a song. She wasn't a file. She was just a woman who had lived and who was finally being allowed to leave. She mouthed a single word, live. Then the world exploded into white. When I regained consciousness, the smell was the first thing I noticed. It wasn't ozone or sugar. It was the smell of mud, deep, rich, anaerobic mud. I was lying on my back in the center of the clearing. The ranger station was gone, reduced to a pile of gray, weathered timber that looked like it had been there for a century. The cellar was a mere depression in the ground, filled with rainwater and fallen leaves. I sat up, my head spinning. My hand was caked in dirt, but the wound was closed. The glow was gone. The skin was scarred, a jagged, honest mark of what had happened. "Zara," I croaked. She was sitting a few yards away, staring up at the sky. She looked exhausted, her clothes torn and her face smeared with soot, but she was smiling. I followed her gaze. The sky wasn't the perfect, static blue of the simulation. It was a chaotic, bruised purple, filled with racing clouds and the first stars of evening, and they were twinkling. They were flickering with the inconsistent, beautiful light of distant suns, unmanaged by any ledger. In the distance, I heard a sound. It wasn't the hum of a spire or the chirp of a programmed bird. It was a siren, faint, miles away but unmistakable, a human sound, a sound of emergency, of movement, of a world that had suddenly found its pulse again. "The wall is gone," Sarah said, her voice a whisper. "The road, the cars, they're moving again." I stood up, my legs shaking. I looked toward the horizon. The shimmer was gone. In its place was the messy, dark silhouette of the mountains, their peaks jagged and uneven. The world hadn't been restored to its 1970s perfection. It had been dropped back into the present, 40 years of rot and growth hitting it all at once. It would be a disaster. The people in those cars would wake up to a world they didn't recognize, to trees that had grown through their houses and roads that had turned to dust. It was going to be a hard, ugly, terrifying future. "We have to go to them," I said, reaching out to help Sarah up. "They won't believe us," she said, taking my hand. Her grip was firm. "They'll think it was a mass hallucination, a solar flare, a collective stroke." "It doesn't matter," I said. "The record stopped. We're off the tracks now." We began to walk toward the sound of the siren. The forest around us was no longer a library or a garden. It was just a forest. It was a place where things grew and things died, and nothing was ever repeated exactly the same way twice. As we reached the edge of the clearing, I stopped and looked back at the site of the ranger station one last time. A single sprout was pushing its way out of the mud where the central pillar had been. It was a simple fern, its fronds uncurling in the damp night air. It wasn't a fractal. It wasn't a whisper. It was just a beginning. I turned away and didn't look back. I didn't count my steps. I didn't check the time. I just walked beside Sarah, 2 scratches on a world that was finally, mercifully loud. The sirens were not alone. As we crested the final ridge that had once marked the boundary of the sector, a cacophony of reality rushed in to meet us. It wasn't just the mechanical wail of emergency vehicles. It was the sound of a world suddenly forced to breathe after holding its breath for 40 years. We heard the screech of tires on asphalt that had degraded beneath stationary wheels, the thud of metal on metal as cars, suddenly regaining their momentum, drifted into one another. We heard the wind, not the looped, digital breeze of the archive, but a chaotic, biting gust that tore dead leaves from the trees and sent them spiraling into the dark. Sarah gripped my hand so hard her knuckles turned white. We reached the edge of the highway, the very spot where the red sedan had been frozen in its eternal turn. It wasn't a postcard anymore. The car had drifted into a ditch, its front bumper crumpled against a Douglas fir that had grown 3 feet in diameter while the car was suspended in the shimmer. The driver, the man who had been a silhouette for decades, was stumbling out of the door. He looked around with wide, frantic eyes, his hands shaking as he touched the rough, aged bark of the tree. He was wearing a denim jacket that looked brand new, but his face was etched with a confusion so deep it looked like physical pain. "What year is it?" he shouted, his voice cracking. He didn't see us at first. He was looking at the road, which was now a mosaic of cracked tar and invasive weeds. The road. I was just driving to Coos Bay. The radio just turned to static. I looked at Sarah. We couldn't tell him. How do you tell a man he's been a file in a ghost's library since the Ford administration? "You need to stay calm," I said, my own voice sounding strange and gravelly in the open air. "There's been an accident, a massive atmospheric event." It was a lie, but it was a lie the world was already beginning to tell itself. Down the stretch of the highway, other headlights were flickering to life. Some cars were stalled, their engines seized by decades of internal decay that had caught up to them in a single heartbeat. People were wandering onto the pavement, their shadows long and jagged under the stuttering streetlights that shouldn't have been drawing power, yet somehow were, fed by the dying gasps of the curator's subterranean grid. "Elia's," Sarah whispered, pointing toward the horizon. Oak Haven was visible from here. The town we had left as a graveyard of gray rot was transforming. The shimmer hadn't just protected the perfect version, it had suppressed the real one. Now that the veil was torn, the two realities were crashing into each other. I saw the silhouette of the old water tower, but it was leaning at a precarious angle, stripped of its silver paint by a half-century of phantom salt air. The lights of the town were blinking on and off in a frantic Morse code rhythm. We began to walk toward the lights. We were the only ones moving with purpose. Everyone else was spinning in circles, touching their own skin, weeping at the sight of the moon, or screaming into the sudden, terrifying vastness of a night that had finally resumed its clock. As we walked, I felt the weight of the silence we had left behind. The forest that repeated whispers was gone. The mycelium beneath our feet was no longer a fiber-optic network. It was just fungus, returning to its honest work of breaking down the dead to feed the living. The noise we had injected, the salt, the grief, the broken film, had acted like a virus, dissolving the logic of the loop. "Do you think he's really gone?" Sarah asked. She was looking at a patch of weeds pushing through the center of the road. The curator. If he was the interface, does he just stop? "He didn't have a soul, Sarah. He had a mission," I said. "He wanted to save everything from the end, but the end is what gives everything its shape. He's not gone, he's just distributed now. He's the static on the radio. He's the rust on that car. He's part of the decay he hated so much." We reached the outskirts of Oak Haven by midnight. The scene was a nightmare of chronological displacement. A modern emergency response team, men in high-visibility vests with LED flashlights, were staring in mute horror at a row of storefronts that looked like they belonged in a museum. A young paramedic was trying to assist an elderly woman who was wearing a poodle skirt and holding a grocery bag full of cans that had rusted through in her arms the moment the shimmer fell. The paramedics shouldn't have been there. They must have been from the outside, the world that had continued to turn while Oak Haven was a bubble. To them, they had likely just been driving past a stretch of woods that had been off-limits or missing for decades, only for a town to suddenly materialize in the middle of the road. "Don't stop," I whispered to Sarah. "If we get caught in the middle of this, they'll put us in a lab. They'll want to know why we aren't screaming." We stayed to the shadows, moving through the alleyways of the town we knew so well, yet didn't recognize at all. The Oak Haven of my childhood was a memory. The Oak Haven of the archive was a dream. The oak haven we were walking through now was a corpse being reclaimed by the earth. We passed the diner. The neon sign was humming, but the glass was shattered. Inside, I saw a waitress sitting at a booth, staring at her hands. She looked the same age as when I'd seen her in the loop, but her hair was turning gray before my eyes, the years of suppressed aging catching up in a cruel, accelerated rush. She didn't look sad. She looked relieved. She was finally allowed to be old. We headed for the coast. The sound of the ocean was the only thing that felt truly permanent. The waves didn't care about archives or curators. They just hit the rocks, one after another, a clock that never needed winding. When we reached the cliffs, the air was cold and sprayed with brine. I looked out over the Pacific. For the first time in what felt like an eternity, there was no distortion on the horizon, no faint geometric grid, just the endless, dark water, rising and falling in the moonlight. Sarah sat on the edge of the cliff, her legs dangling over the abyss. I sat beside her. We were covered in the dust of a collapsed dimension, our lungs filled with the air of a world that was broken, dangerous, and perfectly real. "What do we do now?" she asked. I looked at my hand. The scar was there, a jagged line across my palm. It was the only record I needed. "We live," I said. "We go somewhere where no one knows our names. We find a house that isn't made of whispers. We grow old, Sarah. We let ourselves be forgotten." She leaned her head on my shoulder. We watched the sun begin to rise, a pale, weak, honest sun that didn't have a counter. It climbed over the jagged ruins of the forest, illuminating the smoke rising from the highway and the chaotic movement of a world trying to remember how to function. The forest behind us was silent, not the silence of a vacuum, but the silence of a theater after the play has ended and the lights have been cut. The whispers had stopped. The repetition was over. I reached into my pocket and found a small, smooth stone I'd picked up in the basin. I threw it out over the cliff. I didn't watch where it landed. I didn't need to see the splash. I didn't need to record the trajectory. It was gone, and for the first time in my life, that was enough. We stood up and turned our backs to the sea, walking toward the rising sun. Two ghosts who had finally decided to become human. The world was loud, and it was messy, and it was falling apart, and it was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. As we walked, the wind picked up, erasing our footprints in the sand. There was no one to watch us. There was no one to save us. We were just a story, moving toward its natural, inevitable end. And in the distance, somewhere deep in the heart of the recovering woods, a single bird chirped, a sharp, discordant, unscripted sound that echoed once and then was gone, never to be repeated again. The transition from the simulated stillness to the kinetic violence of a world in motion was physically nauseating. As Sarah and I moved away from the cliffside, the sensory input was a jagged assault. The air didn't just smell of mud anymore. It smelled of ancient, trapped pockets of methane escaping the earth, of ozone from short-circuiting transformers, and the metallic tang of blood. My internal compass, tuned for years to the predictable geometry of the curator's loops, screamed in protest at the unevenness of the terrain. Every route was a different height. Every gust of wind carried a different temperature. It was glorious and it was agonizing. We reached the outskirts of what used to be the residential district of Oak Haven. Here, the collision of timelines was most visible. I saw a house that had been a pristine white Cape Cod in the simulation. Now, it was a skeletal ruin, its timber silvered and bowed, held together only by the massive ivy vines that had strangled it over 40 years of accelerated growth. In the driveway sat a car that had rusted into an orange lace. its tires long ago dissolved into black stains on the cracked concrete. A man stood in the middle of the street, clutching a rotary telephone receiver that was still attached to a melted plastic base. He was weeping, the sound a ragged, wet thing that the forest would have once polished into a musical note. Now, it just hung in the air, raw and ugly. "Don't look," I whispered to Sarah, though I couldn't pull my own eyes away. "If we stop to help everyone, we'll never leave. We aren't the ones who can fix this." "We're the only ones who know why it happened," she countered, her voice trembling. "Elias, look at them. They think they've lost their minds. They think the world ended while they were blinking." "The world did end," I said, pulling her toward a narrow trail that bypassed the main thoroughfare. "It ended 40 years ago. This is just the bill coming due. If we stay, the